Good evening, and welcome to this council meeting tonight. We'll start at 7:09. First of all, we'll be led by the invocation. Will be led by Pastor Dane Johnson from the Christ Church of the Valley of West Covina Awards, and then our pledge of allegiance will be led by Councilwoman Lopez. Would you all rise, please?
If you would bow your heads. Our Heavenly Father, we come here this evening, and before we dive into the business of the city, we want to just stop and say thank you. For we have much to be grateful for. We live in a great country, and despite the fact that we struggle with many things today, in this country and in this state and in this city, we still have much to be thankful for. And so we say thank you. And we are blessed, and so we just want to live tonight with grateful and full hearts. Would you we just ask that your blessing would be upon our time. We thank you for these folks that have stepped forward to lead us. We recognize, Lord, the burden of leadership, that many times it's a thankless job, and yet they have done so willingly, and so we ask your blessing on them. Would you give them wisdom and discernment as they make decisions, Father, many that will last long beyond their tenure. And so, Lord, we ask that this would be an incredible evening that would bless our city for many years to come. We pray this in your name. Amen.
Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Councilman Castellanos?
Here.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
Present.
Councilmember Shoemaker?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu?
Here.
Mayor Johnson?
Here. Reporting out of closed session. Mr. City Attorney, you have
Nothing,
anything?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. City Manager, do you have any changes to the agenda at all?
No, thank you.
Okay, at this time, I do have a couple presentations I have to give, so I will come down. Well, this evening we have a presentation for Fire Prevention Week. So in honor of Fire Prevention Week from October the 6th to October the 12th, 2019, please have Fire Inspector Greg Layton please come down. Okay, at this time, I'd like to hand you the mic, and you can tell us what it's all about.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is in honor of Fire Prevention Week. We'd like to invite the community to the Fire Prevention Week Open House, October 5th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Fire Station 2, and that's at 2441 East Cortez. And I'd also like to mention that West Covina Fire Department is again holding their annual poster contest that partners with the elementary schools in the city. This plaque that was created by the fire department is given each year to the winner of our annual poster contest. The poster contest coincides each year with Fire Prevention Week, and Fire Prevention Week begins October 6th and ends October 12th. We invited all 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders to participate and create a poster that best represents this year's theme. And this year's theme is "Not every hero wears a cape. Plan and practice your escape." And the winner of the poster contest gets to keep this plaque and display it at their school for the entire year. And with that, we look forward to seeing all of you this Saturday morning at Fire Station 2 as we kick off Fire Prevention Week. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And at this time, we do have a proclamation I'd like to present to you. And I'm going to show everybody where it says whereas and whereas and whereas. So I don't want to read all the whereases there is. So just to let you know, we thank you so very much for everything. And I'd like to present this to you, a proclamation for Fire Prevention Week. Thank you, sir. And next, in honor of the ongoing efforts of the West Covina Beautiful, I'd like to invite the Executive Board President of the West Covina Beautiful, West Covina City Treasurer, Colleen Rosati, to please come forward. And is Ashley would like to come forward too? You know, I could say a lot about what you ladies do, but here, I'm going to let you say it. Okay? Now, I want you to tell everybody, you know, all of us basically knows what West Covina Beautiful does. But for those that really don't follow it, why don't you let everybody know?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for this honor. West Covina Beautiful was established in 1948 by some civic-minded leaders who saw the importance to maintain the beauty and the history here in West Covina. And for the last 71 years, West Covina Beautiful has managed to do that. We've been an intricate thread throughout the community. We've established some wonderful programs here. And this past spring, we incorporated a new program called #Impact. And the founder and chairman, Ashley Rosati, would like to tell you a little bit more about that.
Thank you for having us here tonight. It's been an honor and a privilege to launch this new program. Essentially, it came from an idea and a conversation of where could we fill in the gaps in the needs of our community. And so we realized that we needed to get back to our roots, and that's kind of how the program was conceptualized. We wanted to identify whether it was a senior in need, a family who maybe just had a struggle, a local wall that had graffiti on it, a local parkette, and basically the intent was to find it and leave a beautiful impact on it. And this year, since launching it, we have successfully completed 4 projects. We've had over 200 volunteers come out from the ages of 4 to 84. So we are definitely inclusive, not exclusive. And we have contributed individual 1,725 volunteer hours. And that's just 4 projects within a 6-month time frame. And that's just, again, in our first 6 months. So imagine what we can do in the next 5 years. And so what we're doing is to raise funds, because there is a cost associated to this, and we couldn't do it without our generous partners. We have a fashion show fundraiser coming up in November, and all the proceeds raised to it will go to fund more of these projects, more of finding someone's home that needs beautification, or buying paint to cover up and see that our walls are all one color in this city, because that drives me crazy, as I'm sure it drives some of you crazy, but we're here to help. So with that, we would love to have you attend, sponsor, and at this time, I would just like to personally thank our sponsors. We have Ecotech Solutions Services, and they offer you ecological services. Athens Services has been a great partner. The firefighter unions was a huge partner. They came out and helped us with our first home improvement project. Suburban Water, they helped us out as well. And so we can't do it without the individuals who show up, put in the sweat equity, and of course the support from our council and our city. And we're just so thankful to be able to do this and make a positive impact. So thank you so much.
You're very welcome. So I do have a certificate I would like to present to you. It's from the City of West Covina, Certificate of Recognition to West Covina Beautiful for the dedication and beautifying the City of West Covina in the impact projects. And I want to thank both of you ladies for it.
Don't I always want to say something else? No, just real quick. No, thank you again. And we hope that any of you that are in the audience this evening that are interested in joining us, you can go to our Facebook and sign up. It's really a rewarding program. You can't believe the joy that we bring to some of these families when we go in and help them. Most of them are shut-ins, seniors that can't, take care of their own property. So thanks again, Lloyd, for recognizing us. And Fodop, thank you.
You're very welcome. Did you want to get a picture of him? You're very welcome.
Thank you.
our last person, we have another one we want to do about the tree planting program update. And from what I understand, the person's not here that's supposed to do it. Oh, okay, why don't you just tell us what it's about, okay?
Yeah, of course, she's not here, but she sent me to kind of talk to you guys about the program we have. So I'm with West Coast Arborists. We're the tree management company in this area. And in addition to that, we have a grants division. So for this, we partnered with the California Urban Forest Council. And it's basically offering free trees to residents of West Covina. So as long as, you have a front yard or backyard and, your address is in West Covina, you're eligible for the program. Residents can sign up for up to 3 feet trees. They are fairly small, and I have to note that there's no fruit trees. Trees selected for this grant program are based on being drought tolerant and good carbon sequesters. So they're trees well adapted to the area. And yeah, if you have any questions, I have flyers right here. You still have about a month or so to sign up for the opportunity, and we really look forward to it. To date, we already have 97 trees adopted, which is a pretty good number, and we still have about 100 more that we're offering to residents of West Covina. So if you have any questions regarding the program or the process, you can talk to me. Also included is not only the trees, but we'll go ahead and plant them for you. So whether it's in your front yard or backyard, we sort out those logistics, and we're really just trying to increase the urban forest here in West Covina. So thank you.
I just wanted to add to that, actually.
Go ahead.
I've been in contact with Konami, and I know she couldn't be here. And it's one of the things that I wanted to, make West Covina beautiful. The trees have a lot of health benefits, and they only have 200 trees that they can give out. It's actually, I know that the original deadline was October 4th. So you have this week to just go online and apply. You get to pick your tree, you get to pick your location, and then after you pick your tree, everything is free. They'll go ahead and plant it, and then you could reap the benefits of all what nature can bring. So hopefully everybody could take advantage of this and let other people know and help them out if they don't know how to go online and access that. So thank you.
Thank you. So that's the end of that. Now we shall open it up to oral communication. So if you didn't fill out a card, please fill one out and give it to our Assistant City Clerk, and she will call you up by order.
I'd like to call forward Wen Zhang, followed by Herb Redholt, followed by Chris Miller.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, staff, and members of the community. And my name is Wen Zhang, and I'm the West Covina Library Manager. I have a few announcements to make about the upcoming library programs. The first one is Fruit Shop Clinic. West Covina Library will host a free Fruit Shop Clinic on Saturday, October the 26th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And this event is sponsored by the LA County Department of Public Health. Come to get a fruit shot at the library for free, completely free, no copay on any fees. And but just remember, it's only 3 hours, 9 to 12 noon on Saturday, October the 26th. And on the second Saturday, October the 12th, the library will hold a one-man show, Houdini, a one-man show at 2 o'clock. In this fantastic one-man show, the great Houdini shares his secrets of success, his obsession for magic, and his amazing stunts. So the show will begin at 2 o'clock, 2 to 3, and it's suitable for adults. On the same Saturday, October the 12th, the library will have a book sale from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So stop by the second Saturday book sale to pick up special deals and the items not available during the rest of the months, and to meet the friends of the West Covina Library. And on the third Saturday, October the 19th, the library will host a Small Business Saturday workshop at 10:30 to 1. Now, if you wanted to know what steps to opening a business and where to seek financing for your business, the latest information about business taxes and how to obtain a business license, this will be the right workshop for you. So it's on Saturday, October the 19th at 10:30 a.m. Well, another program I would like to highlight is that we will hold a 5-week parent-child workshop series beginning from October the 17th to November the 14th. They are all on Thursday mornings, 10 to 11:15. The workshops are designed for children 1 to 3.5 years old and their parents and caregivers. Come to play, learn, and bond with your child. Meet other parents and a new resource specialist every week. So this program requires a pre-registration, and the registration just began yesterday at the Children's Information Desk on the second floor. Thank you for your time, and I wish you all have a nice evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, and all the residents. I have a picture that I've asked to be shown on the overhead. I've shared this earlier with Council Member Castellanos, since it's his district, and I also live in that district. And, you know, we're talking about and appreciating the beauty of West Covina and how beautiful it is. And we all agree with that, and we want to maintain that. Well, this is the main entrance to the Heights Shopping Center at Amar and Azusa. I go by this several times a week. This has been what that looks like for a very, very long time. It says, "Hi, West Covina," and I don't think it's a salutation. It's not a greeting. This concerns me because, you know, many years ago, I was back on the Planning Commission 10 years ago when the developers of this property came to us and proposed this center with Target and Home Depot and food and other businesses. And since then, this particular location has gone through several changes of ownership. And if you go there, this is one part of the problem. You can see that the landscaping is in need of a little help, okay? If you walk there, if you walk on the sidewalks that around the perimeter of like Wendy's, the sidewalks are cracked. They're not balanced. They're not even. They're waiting for somebody to trip. And it's just, I don't know who the property manager is. I understand that, you know, I've contacted, you know, the Community Development Department, and the code enforcement has gotten in contact with the property management. So hopefully, you know, to me, this is embarrassing and unacceptable. It shouldn't be there. And it shouldn't take a squeaking, you know, me. You know, they should know, the property management or somebody should be able to walk this and see that this needs to be done. And by the way, since this opened many years ago, this isn't the first time letters have been missing. There's obviously a problem with the way those letters are made or installed. There must be a better way to put signage up, because the I is missing, the HEIGHT, you know, the letters are missing, the word at, which is right under the H, to say Heights at West Covina, that's all gone and been gone for a long time. People drive by the thousands coming through our city. Some live here, some just traverse our streets. But that shouldn't be that way. So I brought it to your attention. I brought it to Councilman Costello's attentions earlier. But I believe that the entire council should be aware of that this needs to be addressed. Plain and simple. And the residents need to see it too. So I'm hoping, my understanding is that they've been informed that they are going to, get the letters made and replaced. But the problem is, they're no sooner up when they're gone again. So hopefully there's another way to do this. But I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and I appreciate it. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call forward Ryan, followed by Rick Heng, followed by Lynn Nagel.
Before I start on the items I was going to talk about, seeing the picture reminds me of the 80s or 90s when In-N-Out changed their logo on their bumper stickers because people like to change it. It's obvious that there's some people out there that find it funny that it says, "Hi, West Covina." Probably some tweakers out there. So like In-N-Out, I would suggest that maybe they need to change their lettering so that way no one can actually take the E off and the at to change that. So going on the item that I am going to talk about is, once again, on item 5, there's a no-compete purchase of a $620,000 sewer truck. Being in the construction industry as a mechanical engineer, the CSU allows for controls in a building not to be competed. Just because there's an allowance doesn't mean it's always right. When we have proven time and time again in certain colleges, when we bring other parties to bid, they get a better product at a cheaper amount. And I also find it funny, I think it's the same company that provided the fire trucks. Is it that we're just comfortable going to the same place to buy our vehicles? We really need to start bidding things out to multiple people. When I did the fire research, I saw there was multiple people in the Southern California area that actually will put together packages for cities. Why can't we bid things out? Why can't we use our money wisely? Just because it's easy or we're comfortable with them, let's change that and use our tax dollars to a better amount. Also, additionally, for, back in, I want to say August or July of 2018, we were promised overtime reports. We're still not seeing that. Also, a detailed actual financial, what we've actually spent in the future reports. Our city's in trouble. There's no sugarcoating it. And hopefully on item 5, we can actually have a discussion on council of ways to better spend our money. Thank you.
Ryan?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My apology. It's a privilege to appear before the Council for the second time in as many months. As I had conveyed last time, I'd like to avail myself of every opportunity to thank the Council for your diligent stewardship of our city. So thank you. Thank you for your ensuring that our beautiful city remains beautiful for all the residents. Because the appeal was not approved last time for the small cell, it gives me this opportunity to appear before the Council again. And again, I must apologize for my rush, as I do need to return back to work. And because this is important to me and potentially the beginning of a devastating change for our beautiful city, I'm making the efforts to appear. I'm here to urge the Council to please approve the appeals against the small cells, which was hastily approved by the Planning Commissioners on July 22nd, 2019. I can think of at least 5 major reasons why it's terrible to force our residents to accept these small cells in front of their houses, in front of our houses. 1, Our current zoning code does not allow regular cells or small cells in the residential zone. The zoning code was enacted to protect the residents, the neighborhoods. Once the door is cracked open for these small cells, the deluge follows. It can never be shut again. Federal laws remove the council's prerogative to decide on this topic. Should the council allow one cell, on what ground can the council deny thousands of them? And before you think that's a ridiculous number, think about it. Let's do the math. 500 feet per installation across 17 square miles across our city. That's thousands upon thousands of towers. No matter where you look, you're bound to see a few of them all at once. So, council, please do not set the precedent and open the door to allow harm to come to our residents. 2, no significant gap. We do not have any drop calls right now. Okay. We have good reception. The large cell tower behind the Seafood City is only 1,500 feet from the proposed sites. There is no excuse for any more of these. 3, placements. The telecom companies want to tell the city where to place these cells. They will argue that it's aesthetically pleasing and that it's not intrusive. That's not for them to decide. We didn't vote them into the council. The council, representing the city, the residents, get to decide where these towers can be placed within our city. It is not and will never be up to the telecom companies to dictate where to place any facility within our city. We have different zoning in our city, such as commercial areas, manufacturing zones, industrial area, open spaces, and residential areas. Only the city council can decide where it's best for our residents, not the telecom companies. We're asking that the council not allow these eyesores to be inserted into our residential areas. 4, the construction. The council gets to decide the shape, the size, the color, and all aspects of aesthetics for the construction of such equipment. The telecom company can ask for an entire football field or just a pinhole for their equipment. It is up to the council to decide whether to give them the football field or a pinhole or none at all. This is our city. Our council make the decision. Again, not the telecom companies. Even if the telecom companies were to complain that it is not working for them, it is not the city's job to make anything work for them. The city does not work for them, period. The city can grant them certain privileges, and it's up to them to take advantage of those privileges or not. I understand that the telecom companies' applications cannot be unreasonably be withheld or denied. I get that. But our council has never been unreasonable. Keeping the neighborhood beautiful is not unreasonable. Making sure the residents are happy in their own city is not unreasonable. Your decision to look out for the residents would be well-considered decision and not capricious in any manner. In fact, it is the council's very responsibility to look after the residents. In fact, it would be negligent not to exercise that duty and responsibility. And finally, modifications. In 2012, SCC gave the authority to regulate existing towers. This authority unfairly benefits the telecom companies. Once the telecom... I'm sorry, I'm almost done, okay? Okay, but I just want to say that...
I do apologize, really. I'm not trying to be rude, but please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. But please, do exercise your voice for the people.
Okay, thank you. Next.
If you're here to speak on a public hearing item, you'll be called up during that item. Thank you. Next, we have Rick Hang. Lynn Nagel. Come on.
It just takes me a while to get from here to there.
Hi, everybody. I'm here the second time in about a month, and I'm just trying to figure out why do we get dragged out here so often to discuss the same topic. So last month I heard that the cell tower started with 14 inches. That's going to be a cylinder. It's going to go on top of a...
So we're going to have a public hearing on that. Would you like to speak on it during the public hearing?
Yeah, I would love to.
This is all communications.
I want to get this early so I don't have to be here until 11 o'clock.
Okay, but if you want to speak now, you're fine. But when we call it up for the public hearing, you're not allowed to speak then. You can only speak once. You want to speak during the public hearing or oral communication? It's up to you.
I'll take my oral communication and go to sleep after this.
No, good
Okay,
enough.
so here's the deal. There are cell towers out there that's the small cell tower, and you guys are going to put it on a telephone pole. And thanks to our infinite wisdom of our planning team, they decided to approve it and drag us through this whole effort. So I've been looking around at light posts, and they're saying, hey, it's 12 inches now. 12-inch cylinder straight up. I haven't seen a 12-inch cylinder light post. I've looked at everything, and it all tapered off. Everything in the city seems to taper off into a nice little shape on top. Probably end up in about, well, maybe 4 inches on top. They're going to put something at 12 inches on top of that. I'm pretty fat, about 12 inches around. You're going to see me on top of that, and you're going to like to see it. It's an eyesore. I don't know if you can cut it any other way. So I'm frustrated. I don't know how we got to this. You know, the city, they came up with $3,500 to fight this. So it's a little frustrating to basically sit here and see this and do this, and I'm thinking, okay, are they working for us to try to make the city look better, or are they just working for the company who want to put more cell towers up there? I'm not going to battle the legality of it. I'm just saying, hey, you guys have the duty to make this city look good, and we want the city to look good. We don't want to get into a situation where we have to come up here and battle that. Just put some rules and regulations in place where we don't have to deal with this so often. It gets pretty tiring, and it gets pretty annoying to have a company come in here and say, hey, we can make it look good. And then they show us pictures that's kind of similar. It's just bull. It's not even close. If you look at this 12-inch tower, it doesn't look like that. The pole doesn't look like the light post. You can give them the option. Hey, if you want everything that looks consistent, just do it across the board. You get to have every single pole exactly the way you want it, which is make it consistent, and at least the city will look uniform. Instead of having to come in here and every other pole looks 12-inch pole that's 26 feet long or tall. So what I'm trying to get across here is, you know, you put us residents through this to fight this. I don't think it's in the good. I don't think it's good to have us have to fight for the beautification or the to keep our city beautiful. I think it should be the other way around. And I have a prop here somewhere. This is the examples of what a 14 and a 12-inch look like if there's anybody. Originally, this was the original design. This is 14, and they were nice enough to drop it down to 12. This is going to be on top of all the poles that you're going to approve. I don't know how many, because I can't remember. I think there's 5 of them, right? So this is the size that's going to be on top of every pole, and this is about the size of your current light post, if I remember right. I don't know. Your city planner can tell us how big the poles are on top, because I don't. But that is what it comes down to. Do we want to look at this outside your window, or you want to keep it consistent? And it's just a darn shame that we have to do this every other month. Let's go to sleep now. Thank you. Sorry to be so.
Lynn Nagel, followed by William Elliott.
Good evening, council people and City of West Covina. My name is Lynn Nagel, and I reside at 2915 D Lane in West Covina. I didn't plan to come up here and talk. My neighbor called me just before I was ready to leave, and he said, I have to work tonight. Could you get up and say a few words? I live on a very short cul-de-sac street. There's probably only maybe 8 houses total, and we have not had street sweeping for a long time on that street. We're the only one in that entire complex that doesn't have it. Now, I looked at the agenda, and you know, when you get old, you kind of scan stuff and you miss things, so maybe it's not on here. I was under the impression that that was going to be addressed this evening, so that's why I'm here. I hope it is. One family that moved across the street from me, there are 9 cars in that one house. 4 houses down from that home, there's 5 to 6 cars. Now, they've taken up the entire area to park. Therefore, they can't sweep the streets. And I truly don't blame them, because you can't do a decent job with all these cars. You've got to have something that gets them to move their cars out of the way so that they can, you know, the street can be cleaned. My neighbor that called me tonight has 2 little girls. I think they are 4 and 6, and they like to ride their bikes. But there's broken glass, there's alcohol bottles that are broken all over the street, there's cigarette butts and all this stuff that can't be cleaned. So whatever decision is made, and again, I apologize if I'm jumping the gun here with this particular issue, but that is an issue and a concern for most of the neighbors on that street. We are the only one in that entire housing complex that doesn't get their street sweeps. So thank you for listening.
Good evening, City Council. My name is William Elliott. I have a few things to talk to you about tonight. First of all, I noticed Mayor Mike Toohey's in the audience tonight. When he was on the City Council, and the City Council voted to have restricted parking throughout the city of West Covina, there were like 300 people in this chamber. Do you remember, Mike? And it was pitchforks and torches. And please do not restrict parking in West Covina. We bought our home in West Covina, not Glendora, not Covina, because there's no overnight parking restrictions. That street in front of my house, that belongs to me. I paid for that street. I paid for my car to be able to be registered, to be able to legally park on the street. Please don't overreach. You guys, if you do this, you're going to rue the day. I know a lot of you are on board with this, or at least some of you. I really hope you don't do that. You're overstepping your authority. I mean, you got the authority to do it, but it's very unpopular. And a lot of these people that are up here talking about parking restrictions, oh, there's cigarette butts and beer bottles. Oh, I had a crack house across the street from me. You know, we got to deal with what we got to deal with. That's not what I came to talk about tonight, though. I just want to, first of all, I want to preface my comments about this to say, you won't find very many people that are more pro-police than me. My father's retired law enforcement. My wife is retired law enforcement. They put their lives on the line their whole career. And I greatly respect the West Covina Police Department and its members who put their lives on the line for us every day. I think we finally have a chief that gets it. However, in Dallas, Texas today, Amber Geiger, former police officer, who shot and killed a man in his own home eating ice cream, shot him dead. She got convicted of murder today, and well, she should have. But it reminds me of Kelly Thomas down in Fullerton, who was brutally murdered by some rogue cops down there in Fullerton, and they got off because of the California Peace Officers Bill of Rights. They're above the law. A police officer can shoot and kill you in your own home. It also reminds me of the Costco shooting, where this low-life scumbag LAPD officer shot and killed a disabled man. Shot 3 people, his parents and him, killing him. He shot them in the back. And this week, no charges. No charges. That is outrageous to me. I'm very upset about that. And I called my lawmakers today that some people on this city council are so enamored with, they just can't wait to get a picture with her. Grace Napolitano, her office, they hung up on me today. I called the El Monte office, they hung up on me. I called Washington, D.C., they hung up on me. I called the governor's office, they hung up on me. Everybody's afraid to offend the powers that be because, wow, they might not support me in the next election, and we need the cops to support us. And, you know, we've lost sight of right and wrong in California. We have to be the watch guard in West Covina. I don't want West Covina to ever get like that, like it is throughout this state that is on a very slippery slope. It makes me angry. It seems there's nothing that can be done. I called Los Angeles City today. They said, sorry, you're not a constituent. Grace Napolitano's office told me, that's not our jurisdiction. This isn't about jurisdiction. This is about justice. If you brought your family to Costco and some off-duty LAPD cop decided to shoot your family members and you'd be up in arms about it too. But it didn't happen to any of you. And it didn't happen to me. But it still makes me angry. I'm beyond angry over this. And I really wish you guys would search your heart supporting these low-life partisan politicians that you're so in love with.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Okay, that's the end of our communication. Wow. There's never a surprise for our President Bill Elliott. I really appreciate every time he comes up here and speaks. He definitely keeps me awake. Thank you, Bill. Okay, that's the end of our communication. Now we shall go to our consent calendar. I have one item to be polled, and that's by Council Member Castellanos. And then that's item number 5. Okay, at this time, so do I have a motion to approve 1, 2, 3, and 4?
I motion.
We have a motion and a second. We have a roll call, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who the second was. Second. Councilman Castellanos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Councilmember Shoemaker?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu?
Aye.
Mayor Johnson?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for number 5, kind of following up on what Speaker Mr. Miller said, I would like to see more information on this. I did a few searches online earlier, kind of hard to compare, but some of the trucks I looked at started around $200,000, $300,000. So I would like a little bit more information on that, just to make sure we're getting the best price possible. Maybe, I don't know if Mr. Cressup, if you could provide some insight.
No problem at all. Good evening, Council. This piece of equipment we're looking to buy is a Freightliner. It's it's an important piece of equipment that we need. Currently, we don't have it. The functions that this vehicle does, you know, the suction and I'm sorry, the vacuum part of it, and also the pressure of the water. But the other thing this truck does, and is a major thing we need, is its crane as well. So the features we were looking for to get the last piece of equipment that we really need to replace everything that we have and get up to date, this was the piece of equipment that checked off all the boxes. Camel, you know, obviously Freightliner, there are more products for Freightliner, but the Camel portion of it, the Vector portion with the crane is the main piece we're looking for, and that's one brand. There's only one vendor for that, you know, just like if you were going for Chevy or Ford or the kid, you know, we looked at Hager, we looked at other things, but as far as vehicles that met all the needs that we need, this was the one that checked all the boxes. So using that, the Sourcewell, that's, you know, a standard form of contracting out, you know, that's a contract in place that they provide to speed up the process, because obviously this piece of equipment will be out for, it'll be 8 months until this is approved. Or, I'm sorry, 8 months till this is delivered from the time of purchase, and it's something we need to get right away. Currently, we have no truck. Our truck is in the shop, and we're renting a vehicle for $1,100 a day. So, on top of that, because we don't have this piece of equipment, we're not able to do all the things that we need to do. We hit our hot spots, but there's also grid cleaning and things like that that need to take place as well, and we currently don't have the equipment to do it.
So how confident are we that Sourcewell gets the best prices?
Well, we would have to go to that dealer, the dealer that we're purchasing it from is Camel, which is different than where we purchase some of the other equipment. There is the NJPA contract. Other dealers support that, but Camel is the dealer we're going to, so that's the vendor we would need to see. So they've guaranteed us that's the best price. This is a contract, a state contract that's in place. We feel very confident about that. We also tried to look for used vehicles, but just weren't able to find anything used. So we tried to look at all options. Obviously we know that this is a pricey purchase, but it's a major piece of equipment that we need.
So with all that said, are you pretty confident that this is the best price regardless of what other research we do?
Yes, sir, I do believe so.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you. Thank you. I have one. Mike, what I'd ask is that even if we do okay this night, could you give us a breakdown what it is? I mean, sure, for the vehicle itself and all the other equipment that's put on it. From what I understand, if we're talking about $600,000, the resident wants to know, what is that $600,000? How much does a crane cost? How much does the other part to go on it cost? Maybe that would satisfy their mind if they can see exactly. It might not, but it may satisfy if they can see exactly where the breakdown is, why we're spending the $600,000 on a piece of equipment. Can you bring that back to us? I mean, we don't care where we get it, but can we get that? Can you?
Yes, Mayor, we will send you a memo. We'll put it through the weekly.
And then we can get it to the residents. Thank you. Then, like I say, then we can get it to the residents that really want to know. It's just like Mr. Miller asked about it. Send us one, and I'd like for him to get a copy. And I understand that, but like I say, but if he says this is the best one for the deal with all the equipment on it, no, I'll get to it in a minute. That if this is the best deal with all the equipment they can go through there, okay. If not, then we can go from there. Councilwoman Schmidt.
Mayor, just so you know, Sourcewell is a bidding process. It's already been bid out. That's what Sourcewell does.
Does it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you.
So how long have we been renting one?
Our current piece of equipment that we bought in 2015, it just went down this week. So we've had one now for 3 days. We're hoping to have it back hopefully next week, but, it's probably going to be, $10,000 to $15,000 expenditure.
2015, I thought the staff report said it's from 1998.
We have two Vactors. We're required to have two because we need a backup for if something goes down, or if we had a spill to address that, we would need both pieces of equipment. If we have an overflow at one of the pump stations or some of our sewer lines, it could be hundreds of thousands of dollar fines depending on how bad it is and what happens. So, we have not had a backup and we need one.
So that's what's creating the urgency, is that the second one went down. Correct. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I also read the staff report, so I understand that Sourcewell is a company that does the bidding for agencies and does it nationally, so that assuages some of my concern. I would like to see the city in general move towards bidding things because we don't know how old these prices are, that when the last time they took these out to bid, that maybe there are better prices, because I doubt that they went out to bid nationally just for us. And so maybe some information to the council on what their processes and procedures are, and just in general move away from waiving the bidding process for contracts, because that's the old way of doing business, not necessarily the most efficient, best way.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, I think I understand, okay, why this kind of pricier than the typical, because this is special order. This is something, special equipment we need to just utilize for the sewer, all this kind of the thing. Okay, the only thing I just want to know, it's going to hit our general fund. I know you say, okay, it's not going to hit our general fund because I think the concern is, okay, we want to, okay, make sure our general fund not be touched by some kind of a vehicle we purchase. We want to make sure we have the best deal. But at the same time, I understand, okay, this is something, equipment that's different that you guys are already doing it, okay, so it costs this kind of money. But the most my concern is, okay, not only we get the best deal, but are we going to touch the general fund? Or this is coming from our major A or major M or something?
This is not hitting the general fund. It's actually coming out of our sewer fund balance. So there's a reserve there that we will be pulling from for this expenditure.
I'm sorry. So the sewer bond expenditures coming from what portion of a gas tax or something? So I can understand where this money coming from?
It's actually coming from our sewer fund. We draw, there's taxes that come in for us, and we have our own sewer fund.
So from the property tax, the people pay, the resident pay for it. So the sewer tax we pay, that's how the money going to all this, or we buying all this equipment to make sure our sewer is clear?
That it's sewer tax, yes. That it's a fund that's taxed separately that the residents do pay that goes for sewers.
Yeah, when I review my property tax, I know I have one item is a sewer, okay, something the tax. So all the homeowners have to pay on the 1% plus the school plus the sewer. So this is including all the homeowner paying, and this is how it's coming from, right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilman Castellanos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Councilmember Shoemaker?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu?
Aye.
Mayor Johnson?
Aye, passes 5-0. Okay, that's the end of our consent calendar. Now we shall open it for public hearing. At this time, the matter is set for public hearing consists of an appeal of a decision for the Planning Commission to approve administrative use permit numbers 1925 through 1929 to install small wireless facilities in 5 separate locations within the public right-of-way, involving the removal and replacement of existing streetlights. Will the city clerk verify that the proper legal notice has been given?
It has been given.
Thank you. At this time, I shall open the public hearing on the appeal of the Planning Commission decision to approve the 5 small wireless facilities on streetlight poles. There will be first a presentation of the staff report, then we shall hear from those in favor of the appeal, then the appellant, followed by anyone else wishing to speak on the appeal. Finally, the appellant will have the opportunity to give rebuttal to any testimony received in opposition to the appeal. Mr. Camry, who will present the staff report.
Do you want to say something first? Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and also members of the public. This item was last heard by the City Council at the September 3rd, 2019 City Council meeting. It was appealed to the City Council, and during the City Council meeting, the City Council discussed the size of the shrouds on the light poles, height of the light poles, community outreach, location of small wireless facilities in relation to windows, 5G technology, 6G technology, the reasons for installation, and the potential to relocate the placement of the proposed small wireless facilities. The item was continued to a date certain to today's date, October 1st, 2019, with direction that the applicant relocate the proposed small wireless facilities in front of 1631 East Nanette Avenue, which is AUP 1925, 1689 Natalie Avenue, which is AUP 1927, and 1722 Natalie Avenue, which is AUP number 1929. Before I discuss the changes to those proposed new locations or options for revision, I'm going to go ahead and go over the 2 applications that the City Council did not have any issues with, as a result, there was no changes to these particular locations proposed. Both these locations are located south of Amar Road at 2539 Temple Avenue and 2634 Temple Avenue. These sites were not located in front of any windows, so at the time the City Council did not have any issues with these proposals. The proposal has not changed. The proposed replacement light pole is still at 28 feet 6 inches tall, including a 5-foot 6-inch shrouded antenna on top. Okay, the next location that I will discuss are one of the 3 items or projects that were changed or options are being proposed for. The initial submittal reviewed by the City Council proposed to locate the small wireless facility on the replacement street light poles to be installed on the southeast side of 1631 and 1635 East NANETTE Avenue, and that's located in this particular location. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in. It's located in this area along here. Okay, so the initial one was proposed in location marked as location 1. It's in between 1631 and 1635 East NANETTE Avenue on the east side of their driveway. So the alternate location is still located in the public right-of-way in between 1631 and 1627 property line, and that's approximately 80 feet from the initial location. There are no windows in this, but this location would not be in front of any windows. So here is a photograph of, let's see. Okay, so here is a photograph of the option 1 location and the option 1 design, and also a photograph or a photo simulation of the option 2A design and option 2B design. The locations for option 2A and option 2B are similar. The difference between option 2B and 2A is that the pole in option 2B is located approximately where this meter is, the above ground meter is located. So for option 2A, since there are no Southern California Edison poles nearby to replace, a new pole will be installed and will require above ground metering because the pole would be owned by Crown Castle. This option includes approximately 5-foot tall, 2 feet wide above ground metering, which is required by Edison for non-Edison owned poles, for privately owned poles. The pole would be 29 foot 3 inches tall, about 9 inches taller than the original proposal, and this includes a 5-foot 6-inch tall shrouded antenna on top. Option 2B would just be a standalone pole without a light, and it is also 29 feet 3 inches tall. Also includes a 5-foot 6-inch tall shrouded antenna on top. There is no above ground metering because there is no light being proposed. It's just a standalone antenna for this particular location. 1689 NATALIE Avenue, which is AUP 1927, is located in this particular area. Basically, the general area from that was presented last time has not changed. However, instead of it being located 3 feet from the existing pole to avoid the line of sight of this particular window light right along here, it was moved 6 feet from the existing Southern California Edison-owned light pole. So this is the proposed photo simulation of this particular proposed small wireless facility. The size of it has not changed. The size of it has not changed. It's still proposed to be 28 feet 6 inches tall with a 5 foot 6 inch tall shrouded antenna on top. The location did move approximately 3 feet. The next location is on 1722 Natalie Avenue, which is AUP 1929. And this location is right along where there are green labels. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in to the location. The initial proposal was that was reviewed by the City Council was located west of the 1722-1729 shared driveway. And the alternate location, which is location 2, is in the public right-of-way in front of 1928 Natalie Avenue, near the east side property line. This location is not in front of any windows and is located approximately 85 feet from the initial location. So here is option 1 in comparison to option 2A and option 2B for this site. The design is similar to the first option, the first address that I discussed earlier, which is this too is a pole is going to be owned by Crown Castle because there is no Southern California Edison pole to replace nearby. And it includes a 5 foot tall above ground meter, 29 feet 3 inches tall, including the shroud on top. Again, option 2B for this option is the standalone pole as well. Oops, I'm not sure why the first photographs are flying in, but. These are photographs of small wireless facilities in other cities that staff did research on. The first photograph is the photograph that I showed at the last City Council meeting and also to the Planning Commission. This is of Pasadena. This is located in Pasadena. The next one is located in Temple City. And the last two are located in Rancho Palos Verdes. The one in Rancho Palos Verdes, the antennas are smaller, but there are, I believe, 3 or 4 antennas on a standalone pole, and there is an equipment attached to the standalone pole. It's a little bit more bulkier than what is being proposed in our city. The fourth photograph is also in Rancho Palos Verdes. And it is a standalone pole, similar to the standalone pole that's being proposed in our city. And since it's located near a corner, it's being used as a holder for the street sign. Again, here's a photo summary of the proposed design options. The first design option is a pole owned by Southern California Edison, the replacement pole, 28 feet 6 inches tall. And then the Crown Castle pole with the above ground meter, approximately 29 feet tall, and also the standalone pole, approximately 29 feet tall. The applicant, Crown Castle, did visit the site on September 26, 2019, and distributed notices and spoke to interested parties or residents who live within the vicinity of the proposed small wireless facilities. The applicant, Crown Castle representatives, are here in the audience, and they would be able to speak further on what they did as far as outreach. In the staff report, the City Council has 2 options: to deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the AUP applications, and also to approve the appeal and overturn the Planning Commission's approval of the AUP applications. With this, staff recommends that the City Council adopt resolutions number 1965 through 1929, upholding the decision of the Planning Commission and approving the administrative use permit applications to allow the removal and replacement of existing light poles in the public right-of-way and the installation of small wireless facilities on top. With this, this concludes the staff report. If the City Council has any questions, I'm available to answer.
Is there any questions from the City Council to the staff right now? Or you want to hold off till afterwards? Okay, we'll hold off for any questions till after we have everybody come to speak. Okay.
So you're going to have the appellant come up now?
Yeah, oh yes, that should be the first one to come up. The first appellant to come up, the one who, yes, please come forward and state your name and.
My name is, first off, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ian Pike. First, I would like to say it was not the City Council, it wasn't so much they had no issue with 2 of the 5. We didn't actually get that far in the last meeting. We had many other questions. So it is the 5, not 2 of the 5 or 3 of the 5. After looking at what was just presented, the standalone pole looks like a dead tree trunk to me and begs the question, why is it there? People are going to go past seeing all these poles with no lights on. What are these poles, right? Just looks like dead tree trunks. Very ugly. You see the add-ons in Rancho Palos Verdes and how bad it looks. That will happen. And certainly I see your reaction when you see the 5-foot meter box. We know that can't happen. We have attended 2 hearings so far on this, and not one time during those meetings did anyone support the adoption of these towers. Rather, everyone voiced to reject. Now, some people may be in the audience tonight that will speak up in favour, but to date, not one single person is in favour of this. That's important for you to recognise as you support the voice of West Covina that does take time to show up at these sessions. The proposed Crown Castle solution falls short on delivering metrics around what the end state will look like, how many new poles, and how many 6-foot extensions on existing poles, and over what time frame. We haven't seen any of that. If you have valid reasons to deny, you have valid reasons to deny. The material I provided each of you during the last city meeting shared those reasons and gave examples of other cities that were successful in ensuring that their council's requirements are met. If the council feels compelled or scared into approving, at a minimum, please have it legal and binding that a resident can reject a new pole or extension to an existing pole when it impairs their current view from their windows. Not for discussion, they simply say, I don't want it, I can see it. Residents dealing with contractors, in this case Crown Castle, get very stressed out, and generally the contractor ends up threatening lawsuits if a resident refuses to allow the work to proceed. You shouldn't subject your residents to this. Please support our residents and support their no to the contractor if they choose to do so. A simple formal process of sending an email to the city with the resident's name and address should be sufficient to stop any tower extension or new pole going up. Require Crown to make it contingent of conforming to your specifications. You have the right. You heard that from people earlier. Research what other cities have achieved regarding size, look, specifications with various characters and make justifiable requirements to Crown Castle. You don't have that data yet. You should ask for it, you should research it, and then let them know your requirements. It's premature to make a decision and give them approval. Mayor Lloyd Johnson, in the last session, did ask whether the city can make it a requirement for a carrier to conform to a specific specification if other carriers decide to hop on, which we know they will. The mayor was told, yes, you can. So that means you can also require Crown to conform to your specifications. Please deny this proposal until we learn more about what can be achieved and make any decision contingent upon them meeting your requirements, and make it binding to any carrier or subcontractor of a carrier that the homeowner can stop it next to their house if they make the request to the city. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm going to do my best. I think there's some confusion as to whether people are here to speak in favor or against because they're a little confused. So if you're here to speak in favor of the appeal, please come forward. I have Mi-Been Kwan, Dana Sykes, followed by Elsie Messman.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mi-Been Kwan. I am in opposition to the cell tower, so I guess I'm in favor approval of the appeal. This is regarding keeping West Covina beautiful. There was another group earlier that was talking about keeping West Covina beautiful. We're now getting the first batch. This is the first batch of the 5G small cells. So this sets the precedent within the city of West Covina in terms of what happens in the future, because once you set that precedent, you have to allow all the other wireless companies to come in exactly the same way, because you cannot discriminate against other companies once you've set a standard. So there was a picture of different small cells that were in the city of Pasadena, Temple City, and Rolling Hills, I think it was. Yeah, thank you, Rancho Palos Verdes. Rancho Palos Verdes has been at this for many, many years regarding the community's fights with the small cells. Pasadena has also been that way. I'm not so familiar with Temple City. But Pasadena does an excellent job of trying to set the aesthetic standards in order to, I mean, it's a historic city, so they want to set the historic standards for that city. What wasn't presented in that slide is that they have 3 tiers of small cells. One of the tiers is no more than 1 cubic feet, tier 2 is 1 to 5 cubic feet, and tier 3 is up 5 feet and more. The ones that are more than 1 cubic feet are the strand on the electrical wires. They're little nodes that go on the electrical wires. So that one, they've made these 3 tiers, and it allows different permitting processes. The smaller it is, the faster it is to be streamlined. So for the less than 1 cubic feet, they have a maximum of 20 applications. Tier 2 would be 10 applications, and more than 5 cubic feet, which I think are the ones that we're talking about now, it's a maximum of 5 applications. So anyway, that one was tapered for the one in the city of Pasadena, and I was kind of puzzled when you were showing the pictures in the house, and then you're moving it like 5 feet or 6 feet here, you know, to the left of the window, to the right of the window. Well, what determines placement of a small cell is the backhaul. They are trying, the wireless company is trying to tap into a backhaul, and they don't want to trench because trenching costs money. They want to save money. That is their business model. So the reason why we're kind of, tinkering around moving it 5 feet or 6 feet is because they don't want to move it beyond, away from their backhaul. But the problem is that every utility pole, light pole is going to be up for grabs. They're going to be trenching all over the place. So for them to say, yeah, I want to save a little bit of money now, it's like I don't want to see a new Crown Castle pole. I don't want to see them have an ownership of a pole. They are bad neighbors. You don't want them in front of your house. Use a light pole. Find a light pole that's acceptable. Make them go to their backhaul like they want to. Make them pay for the trenching. Also, the 2012 Middle Class Tax Relief and Jobs Creation Act created a federal preemption, this is also called the Spectrum Act, to allow wireless facilities on the public right-of-way to grow 10 feet taller and 6 feet wider. So wherever you place these, it has the potential of growing. And then the last speaker said that they also have a possibility of having more than one carrier on a pole. Once you've accepted this, it is completely out of your hands. You have no control over the enforcement of these cell sites once you place them. You have no power. The council has zero power to make them comply, and it'll be problematic. I mean, how do you do that? You're a city, there's the state laws, and then there's the federal preemption. And they've got the federal laws on their side. So, they went, the staff got them to go from 24 inches to 14 inches to 12 inches. That was good. But if you just roll over and say, okay, anything you want to give us is fine, you've got to work for it. And also, the council has to work in protecting its citizens against these eyesores. I mean, you guys here need to keep West Covina beautiful. And that's what, is the last speaker did that. And, that's what you guys need to do as city council, is to ensure that there's an aesthetic standard. And once that's set, all the other companies will have to comply with that. Thank you.
Good evening. You guys, I don't know if you can see this from your seats. This is a picture of my plumerias that are in front of my house. Okay, what's also in front of my house is a light pole. So you can say, oh, well, that's not my property. Well, actually, it is my property because I have to make sure and keep track of all that land there and make sure it looks nice, because it is my property. So now Crown Castle wants to come and put something on my property. Light pole is not my property, but it's connected to my property. How is that okay? That's my question. We can put them on Azusa Avenue where there's no houses. That's fine with me. Put them on Amar Avenue, which, by the way, would be better than having someone in front of someone's house. How many of you have a light pole in front of your house? Do you want that in front of your house? And today's technology, what is it doing to us? I don't need 5G. We have all kinds of electrical equipment in our home. We have no problems, and I live in that neighborhood. We have no problems with our coverage. We have no lapse of service. We're fine. Why are we doing this? You got to ask yourself, all the extra radiation, what's it going to do? What's it going to do to us? What's it going to do to the wildlife in the area? What's it going to do to my plants? I have a pomegranate tree and an orange tree right there. The extra radiation, my fruit going to be toxic? I'm just, serious questions, but it's something that needs to be looked at. Many light poles are not on city property. Like I said, they're on residential property. And here's the big kicker. What's the need? Why do we need this? Do any of you have problems with your service? I mean, please, seriously. And just a little side note, Walnut, for instance, doesn't have as much as we do. And it seems like they like to throw it up all on our side in West Covina because we're willing and able to do it. Because quite often what we're doing is we're buffering for Walnut saying no. Because I guess Walnut cares more about their residents than West Covina does. Okay, and then the other thing too is if you get a standalone pole as well as a meter, that means you're taking up even more of your property. Okay, again, that's my property. Okay, I have a light pole on it. That's fine, but if they're going to put a standalone pole and then a box to boot, well, then you're taking up even more of someone's property. And this is true probably throughout the city, but especially in my neighborhood, those little boxes are a beacon for graffiti artists. Those things get hit on a regular basis. I don't know how many layers of paint is on every one of those utility boxes in my neighborhood, but I'm sure it's probably in the teens, maybe 30s. Who knows? That's what's wrong with this proposal. This is invading on our space. Okay, I don't mind having the light pole in front of my house. It gives, makes my street nice and safe. But now we're adding more, and after if that's not enough, what are they going to do? Add some more? Because, like the one gentleman said, once we give in, then the floodgates are open. And what does that do to my property value, and more importantly, to my health, my aesthetics of my neighborhood, aesthetics of my home? Just, how is this a benefit for us? I don't see the need. There's the word of the day. Why are we doing this? Why? What is the need? Are we just doing it so that Walnut has better reception? That's what it looks like to me, since all five of them are right on the border of Walnut. Quinky dink, not unusual. Thank you.
Next speaker is Elsie Messman, followed by Frederick Sykes, followed by Henry Wong.
Mayor, council, staff, and everyone here tonight and at home. My name is Elsie Messman, and I, too, regarding the cell towers, think it's time for us to look at it twice. Why do we need so many in one area, and why is it in a residential area? If it was to be in a commercial area, like Dana said, on Azusa Avenue or any place else, then go for it. But getting to a point that people that have no say, and if they need 4 in a small area as it is now, can you imagine how many the rest of the West Covina will have? There's going to be thousands of them from different carriers. So if we let it go that route, please limit the number for each carrier can have, so that we can have, so they won't have one on every street. If people are not getting a good reception, people are getting good receptions, why in the world are we even talking about this? I can't understand, except money-wise, and I don't think that should rule over the residents of West Covina.
Good evening, Mayor Johnson, members of the City Council, city staff, members of the audience. I'm Frederick Sykes, 41-year resident, also retired deputy sheriff for LA County and former mayor of this city. I'm going to apologize up front because you've heard it before, but we have to keep repeating it because somehow the message is not getting through. We went through this with the Planning Commission, and then now we're here repeating the process. So here we go. Putting cell towers in front of our lawns without our permission is a violation of our property rights. We're also endangering our physical and mental health due to the excessive microwave radiation exposure. Now, California firefighters have proof of health issues related to cell towers that were installed on the rooftops of their fire stations. Not only that, California firefighter stations have an exemption barring installations in close proximity. Residents deserve the same. These 5 cell towers also violate the City of West Covina law of 100 feet from any residence. By doing this, the city is setting the city up for various types of lawsuits. Cell towers should not be installed a few feet from where we sleep, especially when it's done without the individual homeowner's approval. And this should also be reserved for those individuals, such as our Mayor Pro Tem, that have large property lots where they can hide these cell towers from their neighbors. They can also because the property is large enough to comply with the 100 feet distance from their neighbor's home. Any dense residential areas for cell towers request should be denied because of that 100 feet exemption. Approving these cell towers decreases the value of our property, makes it difficult for us to fully enjoy our property, harming the quality of our city and making our city geographically undesirable. The residents elected the council members to protect them and the city. They should not put the interests of the business ahead of the aesthetics of the city and before the environment and our health. Approving these 5 tonight opens the same access to every company that makes a request. That's where the numbers of thousands comes in. And I hope you have that picture in your mind before you make a decision of what that's going to look like in our city. The applicant has not proven why they need these towers in West Covina. Where's the gap? Where's the need? We haven't asked for it. We've been asking you not to do it. And you are forcing the residents to become a part of an experiment because the applicant has not disclosed where and how many cell towers would actually be needed after the first 5 are installed. We do not know the long-term effects of being in close proximity of these small wireless facilities. Please use the current municipal codes that are in place to protect the residents. At this time, it appears that money and greed is motivating these installations without our need or request and or the consideration and or the concerns of the majority of the residents. The FCC, because I know we're all about the money, the FCC is reducing the revenue that cities can get from cell towers. Keep that in mind, what you're sacrificing and what you're getting for that sacrifice. From this day forward, please comply with the general plan that requires all utility vaults to be subterranean infrastructure. Because as indicated earlier, these above-ground utility vaults deface the community, attract vandalism, and become hotspots for graffiti. Please keep and enforce the law on no cell towers installed within the 100 feet of the residence. Stop these cell towers from being installed. Approve the appeal. Thank you.
Henry Wong, followed by John Shoemaker.
Hello, Council. I'm Henry Wong. I showed up before you the last hearing, basically complaining about the photosims. I said there are no photosims. Can you show the one from Pasadena, please? Yeah, the one on the left, Pasadena. Right now, when you look at the agenda packet, that's the only picture that shows up. And I was expecting to see the usual 3 or 4 views from different angles, and they didn't submit that. They only showed that one in Pasadena. But I said back then, it's not just what does it look like. It is in the context, what does it look like? What does the public see? They're not just seeing that tower. They're seeing the houses behind it. They're seeing the scenic view from the houses out. That does not depict it at all. As a matter of fact, do you know where that is? I know where that is. In the background, you notice there's a hedge and nothing behind it? It looks bucolic. It's because that's a parking lot, and there's a mental hospital back there. It is not zoned R. It's zoned PS, semi-public and public. Same zones as Pasadena City College. Same zone as Caltech. And that's the one they decided to show you. It's deceptive. The public needs to see what they look like before they can say, I like it or I don't like it. And they're not giving enough information. They're hiding it from the public. They also, even if you look at that one, it's not accurate. the city council and the planning commission should demand accurate photosims. I can tell you one easy thing to see that's not accurate. Look, it tapers bigger. Well, they modified it to make it small and in line with the rest of the pole. It's inaccurate. If you approve this, you're approving an inaccurate picture that they're supposed to show you. Ground equipment. I know for a fact that ground equipment can be undergrounded. They say it's required. Well, they're figuring you don't know what required means, or is it really required? No, it's not. They mentioned the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. They do not allow anything that's not undergrounded, period. And Crown Castle complies with that. They have Crown Castle itself has many, many applications, and they're building small cells in Rancho Palos Verdes, and they're all undergrounded. Why don't they want to do it here? Because it costs more. Rancho Palos Verdes knows that, and they said, no, you're going to pay more because we care about our aesthetics. I think you deserve equal treatment from Crown Castle. Even if the meter equipment has to be above ground, you can camouflage them. There are many ways of camouflaging. Some of them look like postal boxes. Well, they're just giving you this bare naked, and they could do a better job with that. So I declare that their efforts to show you photosims is inadequate. There's not enough views, and they've hidden it from the public. You know, when they show it, they're only showing it on this screen. It is not in the public record. It's got to be in the public written record to stand up in court. And they're just showing you some images here. And how long did you have to look at that? A few seconds? I don't think that's adequate time, especially with only one view. So they've not done their job to prove the aesthetic point. And the whole point of the appeal is it's ugly. Right? It boils down to it's ugly, and they haven't proven their point. One last thing is the options. You were presented two options, which surprises me. You were given the option to approve the appeal or deny the appeal. Whatever happened to the option of continuing it to City Council again so they can get behind the 8 ball and do their work at the Crown Castle? And whatever happened to remand it back to the Planning Commission? There have been a lot of changes, lots of changes. Movements, there's a lot of things that are unknown. They're expecting you to decide in this very brief period of time to just approve it, and they try to minimize how much information you see so that you'll say, yeah, it's okay. I think that either you deny it would be pleasing to all of the public, but if you don't want to do that, then you could at least remand it back to the Planning Commission to get a good look at all these changes and all these new rules and all of the objections that the public has brought up to you. So that's my final comment. Thank you.
Speaker speaking neutral.
Quick little civics lesson. The residents didn't put you in office. The voters did. When I hear that these are being put in to help Walnut, the area is 500 feet that these are good for. I don't see them all lined up on the border of Walnut. Of the people who have spoken, how many of them are the homeowners that this is on? Anybody tell me? Oh, and by the way, when you talk about radiation, first of all, in 1996 forward, it was illegal for you guys to make that into consideration. How many people in here are carrying one of these on their body right now? You're being bombarded with tons of radiation. So, you know, if you're concerned about it, you want to be doing it. Now to the issue why I say I'm neutral. If the pole's already there, I don't see a problem. Because if you look at the way light poles are today, they've changed over the last 150 years. You know, as a matter of fact, longer than that. They used to be open fires. Then they went to closed, lights, and so there's been a lot of changes in that time. I do have a problem where they're coming along and saying, I'm putting in a light pole in front of your house when there was never one there. And on top of it, I'm going to put this box there that was never there. I know when I was growing up, we played in the yard, and if somebody came along and put a light pole and a big box in the area that we were playing football in, we would have really been ticked. You know, that type of thing. So I can understand there should be some way of eliminating that. You know, so there should be, when something like that, not just a homeowner approval, but people in the general area, you know, when you're doing things like that. So basically, you know, I have to agree with the people who said, you know, the company that's come in has done a lousy job in showing what these things look like. I mean, there is kind of some arrogance in that. You know, and I think there's enough changes. Now it's being moved 8 feet. Last time I saw it, I didn't see those boxes. I mean, basically when this evening started, I was for this. But then I started seeing, okay, light poles that weren't there, these boxes aren't there, you know, weren't there before. I mean, I don't know if the Planning Commission would have looked at it differently or recommended. You know, and I agree with the folks that say, put these damn things underground. If they do it in other cities, why can't we? You know, so I guess in summary, you can say there's some things I like about it, but some of the things I don't like about it, namely is all of a sudden poles appear that weren't going to be there before, and you have boxes next to them that shouldn't be there, that weren't there before. I don't think it was brought before the Planning Commission. If I'm wrong, you know, I apologize for being wrong. But it seemed like most of the people in the room were kind of shocked when, what's these boxes? And I don't remember seeing them before. So from that standpoint. So, like I said, there's certain things that we have that, you know, we're not being the guinea pig because it's for Walnut, because just the length that's associated with it, how far these things work. I called a buddy of mine from high school, and he was explaining the technical aspect of it. Most of it is, and he's kind of an expert in this area because when we were in high school in 73, 74, he actually had a working cell phone in his car. He went down and read the papers that Martin Cooper put out. He goes, oh, I can do that. He did. And a lot of the things that you walk around with, he actually helped design some of the circuits in the earlier years of it. So, you know, he's a retired guy now with buku bucks. So, you know, I hope, I would say send this back to the Planning Commission because you've got things that I don't think were part of the record to begin with, you know, unfortunately, you know, for whatever that's worth. I don't think anybody said they were going to put poles in places that weren't there. That's kind of a change that, you know, got me. I'm for that we're going to eventually have to do this, but I think we need to do it, you know, not when they come in and say something changed at the last minute in front of you guys and say, okay, you've got 10 minutes to make a decision. That's not fair to you, and it's not fair to the residents either. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
We have no more speaker cards.
I have no speaker card to the other issue. Yeah, I was going to testify on the other issue, but this discussion is kind of interesting. I too agree that this ought to either be denied or sent back to the Planning Commission. I mean, it seems like you're being asked to sign up for this program, and you're only allowed to see maybe they're going to build the Great Pyramid of Egypt, and you're only allowed to see the cornerstone, and, you know, what else is involved. So this appears to me to be a kind of a down payment, and I would like to know what other equipment will 5G eventually require. Antennas, repeaters, what else? What is a built-out? Does it exist anywhere in California? A built-out 5G system? I think you should know what the final project is going to look at before you tip your toe into this situation. So what's the eventual plan, and what's the timeline for that plan after the completed build-out? And then I've already mentioned, does it exist anywhere? I just want to know what it looks like as it's installed in the whole community. Shouldn't you know that before you make this issue? So denial would be good in my mind, and also sending it back to the Planning Commission. Thanks.
Would there somebody representing from Ground Council like to come up and speak, or is there anybody like to speak? It's up to you to come up. Everybody else spoke against it. It's up to you to come up and suit your case. That was the last speaker.
Okay. Very good. Well, good evening, Mayor, council members. It's good to be back again. I felt like we had a great conversation last time, and I'm here again, happy to answer whatever questions you have, any new questions that have been raised by residents. Obviously, we took some time to consider, the discussion we had before, and one of the requests was, is it possible to move these? And in fact, the question was about the 3 sites. So we looked at those, went out and considered what made sense in terms of relocation. There's not a lot of option when you have multiple dwelling units that are facing the street, and you have most of the street lights that are directly in front of those units. So for the 2 sites, one on NANETTE and the other on NATALIE, we found a space between the parcels that was close enough so that it wasn't a problem from an RF perspective, but was also, between buildings. And those are the 2 sites that we moved about 70 feet. There was the one at 1631 East NANETTE, which is AUP 1925, and then the other one at 1722 NATALIE. When we looked at those, one of the options was to install a new light so that you could make it parallel with existing lights. The problem with that was that Edison is powering the lights. These are Edison street lights. And Edison's rules and the tariff require that we power the light off a separate circuit than we power the node. Now, the fact is, for when we are doing street lights, Edison street lights, or when we are doing standalone poles, we use what's called a wireless technology rate fuse, which can be undergrounded, and that's what we do, is we underground it. So when we were in front of the Planning Commission, the reason that you didn't see utility boxes was that we were talking about using Edison poles, and the Edison circuit that would power that light already exists. You already pay on a certain tariff. All we need to do is throw a WTR in the ground to power the node. But if we place a light, we can't use the same tariff. And what Edison says is that means you have to place a meter. The reason that it's a box is that there's glass and there are meter readers, and Edison doesn't want its workers to have to kneel down to look and to read meters, right? So it's a Myers cabinet that we have to use. Now, we don't need to put those lights in. I mean, you have the option of not putting the light in that location, and if you don't put the light in that location, then you don't need a box at all. All you have is the standalone pole with no light and with the antenna at those locations. One thing that keeps coming up, and I mentioned it a little bit last time, and that's the question of if you do this once, you're going to forever have to do it for any time you want. And that's not accurate, because you have the ability. First of all, for these poles, once we put them in, they are a design. If we come back in and we tell you, oh, we want to change this design, the design that you approved attempted to achieve a certain aesthetic, whatever that was. If we want to change the aesthetic, you have to approve the new aesthetic. If we can't come in and say, you have to let us redesign this pole because we already put the pole in. So there's no obligation to let us grow it another 10 feet, let us grow 6 feet wider, all of that. And there's language that's in the FCC order interpreting that law that's very clear on that. You know, you can say no if we are defeating the camouflaging elements of the site. So, I mean, I'm available to address a number of questions. We did walk the area and hand out several leaflets, and we talked to about 6 or 8 people. We handed out about 60 leaflets. We didn't have a single person oppose what we were doing. We asked if there were T-Mobile subscribers in the area, and you know, I may not be, but my grandmother who lives here is, or my daughter is, and we told them we're going to put a new T-Mobile site in. They were pleased. One of the residents told us that he spoke to one of the council members, and when the council member asked him whether he supported the site, he said he did. So we didn't have anybody tell us that they were opposed to the sites. And we handed out our, you know, door hangers for a construction notice, and then on the back of that we put a photo of the site as it is, and then the SIM, so they could see what it was that we were doing. I just, you know, I'd ask you to consider our proposal. We've attempted to be reasonable. We've created what I think is one of the best streetlight designs by taking the canister and reducing it to the size of the pole so it's uniform all the way up. Thanks. And I think you know, there's no edge on the bottom. There's not the need for what we call a chin strap to kind of smooth out that rough edge, which is something that we could do if we had a larger canister, but we don't need to do that. And you know, the city actually has multiple streetlights that utilize top-fed power. So you have multiple streetlights around in the city that have wires that run from streetlight to streetlight. And if you look at those streetlights and you remove the wires, what you have is you have a light standard and then a luminaire, and then you have what looks to be about a 6-foot extension. So throughout the city, you already have the design, effectively, that we're proposing. It's very, very, very similar. I'm available for any questions.
Well, I don't mind the technology. I mean, technology's there. What I do mind is the timing of it. I also mind that since it's new, I just don't like to be like a test pilot site, a test city, you know, something that's not even out there. The city doesn't really, I don't personally see the benefit as a city, and from what I'm hearing of this. And my concern is after they get, you know, they deploy all this and they, you know, got the glitches out and everything, you know, they always find a better, faster, modern, sleeker, visually appealing small cell. And then we're stuck with these. And then the other cities get a better, you know, design and so forth. So that is my concern currently at this time. I'm not saying like no to it. I'm just saying at this time because it's new and we haven't seen it. Also, I know Pasadena, that's only 2 feet tall, right? Well, the picture.
I don't believe so.
Or how tall is that?
The Pasadena site looks to me like it's an Edison streetlight. So it looks like it's got a 5-foot canister.
Is that a 5-foot canister height?
Right.
Because it looks smaller compared to what I see for what's projected for ours. And that concerns me as well.
Well, it is. It's significantly wider, maybe.
Well, wider, yes, but the height.
Right.
What?
I'm sure that the canister itself is about 48 inches. And then you've got the apron below it that adds additional height.
You're sure? Or I mean.
I don't know that site. I mean, you can, but I.
That type of canister is a CommScope canister, and it's 4 feet tall. 3-foot shorter than 6 feet.
What is being proposed is a 5 feet height.
Please.
This is Kyle Berry from Crown Castle.
I'm Kyle Berry from Crown Castle. Thank you for hearing us. The other cities that you see here represented have different various heights because of different requirements for the antenna equipment. The one on the left there in Pasadena is a 4-foot shroud with a 1.5-foot skirt on the bottom of it, which also encapsulates a little bit of the equipment. So it's overall, it's approximately 5 feet worth of radio equipment up at the top. The one in Temple City is a 6-foot or 66-inch shroud total. It's above the pole, and it looks that is either the 14.5 or the 16.5-inch design that is to shroud the antennas and the radio equipment. The one in Ranchos Palos Verdes, those are 2-foot tall antennas, and because they were not able to shroud it, they had a radio cabinet that was put below it. So you're looking at overall about 2 feet plus about 4 feet. You're looking at 6 feet worth of vertical spacing on that one. And I really can't see the last one. I'm sorry. I can't see if there's a shroud at the top or not. But whatever that last one on the right is, I just can't see the total distance of it. But it's an average of about 4 to 6 feet per site.
Okay, since you explained about all this site, I think this is all commercial zoning, right? This is, look at this one, the one audience said this is some kind of hospital, and that one, Temple City, I know this street, okay, and I think this is commercial street too. Okay, those two look like, I don't see it's a residential, so I don't know, I want to compare the apple to apple. If we go, you propose to residential, so I want to see what you put on outer city residential, okay, about your design. I think that will be much more fairness to you and to the resident and to us.
The sites, a number of the sites in Palos Verdes that are designed are residential locations.
That one, because that.
We didn't show these were selected by
The staff did some research because there was questions about different designs in different cities. This is what we came up with. We don't. It looks to us like the last three are all residential. I can't speak to the Pasadena one, but the other three all you can see housing in them.
The Pasadena one, it's true. I believe this is some kind of hospital right next to it, but across the street they're all residential. In Temple City, this is on Temple City Boulevard. Along on the same side of the street, it's all residential, and also across the street is also residential. And I believe that the ones in Rancho Palos Verdes are also residential.
So to date, I personally haven't seen any data that came in. I wanted to know, like, the few questions that I asked previously was, why was those locations chosen, the need for it. Yeah, I haven't seen anything. And so I wanted to know why our city was chosen and not the surrounding cities. Like, I want more information, and I haven't got any information.
Well, I'm working in I'm working in 130 jurisdictions in Southern California. We've already deployed or are under contract to deploy about 11,000 nodes. I think we've deployed somewhere around 6,000. So we're placing them all over. And West Covina, there's nothing that's particularly unique about this project. T-Mobile gave us these nodes because T-Mobile has a need to address a problem in the location where they're proposing those sites. I did bring some coverage maps that I can share if you'd like to, and Kyle is an RF engineer. He can talk through those if you would like to take that. But the bottom line and the simple answer is that the signal is not strong in that area. There's a macro off to the side, and that macro produces significant signal strength for outdoor coverage, but once you move inside, it weakens because it's not strong enough to reach inside. And then on top of that, and Kyle can explain it better, but on top of that, the area that we're serving has a large number of T-Mobile subscribers. And like I said, when we were there knocking on doors, we asked everybody, are you a T-Mobile subscriber? And almost unanimously, somebody in the household was. So, let me go. I think I have to go this way.
When would this 5G be out?
We are not building 5G sites right now. This is the advance. I mean, we have the standard for 5G has already been passed. Companies are manufacturing 5G radios. Verizon does have a 5G radio that they've started to deploy in Los Angeles. We talked about that a little bit last time. It's a unique radio because it's for fixed services. It's not for mobile services. But we're looking at bringing 5G out probably in the next two to 3 years to get it started, and then it's going to take a decade to really deploy it.
Can I have a question? Yeah, and where's that Temple City? Because I have an office in Temple City Boulevard, so I haven't seen this on the streets. Temple City is a major street, go to the Freeway 10. So, and I have an office right there for a long time, so I don't know, I haven't seen this. Okay, so can you give me the address or tomorrow?
I can tell you where it is.
That-
It is near, I believe, near Temple City Boulevard in La Rosa.
It's a couple blocks north of my
It's, I believe, 4 blocks from the corner of Temple City Boulevard in Lower Azusa.
I'm in Lower Azusa.
Yeah, 4 blocks north of that.
Okay. I will take a look tomorrow because
Yes,
I'm driving on Temple City Boulevard almost every day from West Covina there. I haven't seen that thing at all. Okay, so is that proposal already built?
It's been there for more. I've been driving up and down that street for more than 3 years, and I remember seeing it 3 years ago. So
You saw it?
Yeah.
Okay, and so thank you so much for you. Okay, last time we talking about can we move away from the window, and then you moved the window, but now I'm sorry, I got a problem with the design. Okay, you have this big stick into 26 feet and have nothing. Okay, I don't know how can that aesthetic is pleasing to the city. Do you can have any better design than just something like this? Okay, and it's really a problem. Okay, and if this is going to go to all the places in the surrounding neighborhood, I don't know what the resident will say anything about this. Okay, so this is a wet design. Okay, I have a problem. Okay, but I really appreciate you kind of moving because far away from people's window. Okay, that's what I talked to the resident over there. Some people really have a signature and their phone number. They really have a problem with in front of their window. Okay, and another thing regarding the box. Okay, I know you need to read the meter, and that become another issue. We create another space. Okay, and then you have that. Okay, new light pole that owned by you guys, and due to we have to move, now you have that refrigerator next to the the pole. Okay, so I don't know, it doesn't look good. For people to. Okay, I hope you understand. Okay, I appreciate you try to accommodate. Okay, moving, but the design, I just have really the problem with this. I don't know. How can you design a little bit more appealing, to our city and kind of matching with the neighborhood? Maybe in the last time you're talking about you might have another 10 or 15, going to apply. So meaning this will be the prototype for us for our future. So we want to make sure carefully to choose something is a good design. So we will accept this going to happen in our neighborhood. So currently. I don't know, can you do anything better than just a stick or something?
Okay, well, just to be really, really clear, the only reason that we need that extra box is if we put a light on the pole, and that's because of the way Edison controls power to the light. So the stick is really an attempt to match the poles with the canister without the luminaire. That's the idea behind it. Do we have other designs, other single pole designs? We have many other single pole designs. We can put creative lights on it or design, special designs on it. We produce our own. We have a product development team, a product management team. We design our own form factors and can design and work with pole companies to match our design. So there's a lot of flexibility with regard to the design of that particular pole. But what we proposed in the time that we had, what we proposed was to go with a design that basically matched what we would put in if we put in a street light, just without the luminaire. That's all that is. And it's uniform. I mean, it's not, it does have, I mean, it's a pole, so it has to act like a pole. You have to, right?
Okay, within this, okay, I really have a problem with another box, okay, and take out the space, and then we get with a stick going through, I have nothing on the top, okay, and what I'm saying is this, okay, I think last time we discussed, okay, and I request is, can you give us a much more realistic thing, that something is good design, okay, and then bring back to us, so we can see exactly the design, and then when you install, if we approve, it will be exactly the thing that we approve, that thing. I understand they have maybe a margin of a difference, but the design and concept, okay, and the appearing, okay, to the resident can accept, and we can make sure our city in the future, for you to install maybe hundreds and all out of, okay, a company try to come in. At least we have some kind of prototype. We want to make sure that we have something, a rule or a basic thing for people to follow. So this is the first one. We want to make sure we don't make a mistake. Okay, and something is designed that can be accepted by, okay, most of the residents. Okay, and right now you have stick coming through like this high, and have nothing on the top, and I don't see anything. If you say you have all the design, but why did you put the design and say we can put this over here, this and that, this is the design, so kind of match with the resident or neighborhood, something that will be look appealing for our resident.
So there's two basic designs that usually come up when you're using a standalone pole environment. That picture on the right is exactly what you're going to get. That is it. That is the pole that is going to be put there, and you can see there. We purposely color shaded it slightly different at the top so that you can actually see the shroud. Otherwise, it would just be a stick with nothing else there. It is a 12-inch diameter at the bottom. It's a 12-inch diameter at the top. There's no taper whatsoever, and there's a 12-inch canister at the top that's 66 inches tall. That is simply one of the two types that are generally used. The other type would be where you would have a light pole that starts off at about 10.8 inches at the bottom, and at the top they come to about 6 or 8 inches, depending on the taper that it has. When you get the smaller top, though, you usually have to have a bigger piece at the top to encapsulate all the equipment. There's just not enough physical space for the radio gear, and there's also not enough airflow to keep the equipment in a good working condition, because you are going to have traffic coming through.
Really appreciate your description.
So those are the two types
Yeah,
that are general.
but did you have a second one? You're just talking about this and that. Okay, I'm trying to picture what you just described to me. So again, my issue is if you have the design, otherwise just a naked, okay, pole over there. Okay, if you have said anything, something, I just said it again, okay, and you should print it with your picture, say, hey, maybe you can put something over here, make, like you say, make maybe additional, something much nicer looking, so people can accept. But right now, it's just empty, like a stick go to the 26 feet high. I don't know, it's monument or something. I don't know how you match with, and if you're going to design like this, okay, to avoid people's window, then you're going to all the places like this stick in our residential neighborhood.
So I mean, if you're concerned about that with the two locations, and if we go with the pole as opposed to the light, one option would be to, give staff the authority to work with us on a design for that location, approve it conditioned upon staff's approval of the specific design. So if you want staff to see a variety of additional designs, we can bring those designs. We can talk about what we might be able to fabricate, especially for this location. We did, just to be fair, we did provide multiple alternatives when we introduced this. And but that doesn't mean that there aren't other creative ideas we could be thinking about as well. I think at this point, if we could work with staff on something that staff approved, assuming this pole, which is slim and has its own benefits because it's slim, is not something that you could support.
The standalone reminds me of a tetherball, like where you just have to put the string in the ball. So it's just empty. It just reminds me of that. So I personally don't like the standalone. It's just there. Also, what bothers me is that Crown Castle would own the new light poles or the poles, so that concerns me as well. For me, it's the design, how it's not visually appealing, especially when you're driving and when you see, I know there was one photo where you saw that, and then further back you see the other light poles, and it's this, and then the other ones are kind of, so when you're driving, if you see it in a big aerial view, you can see that, versus just this, you only see a close-up, but it's, people drive through our city, and so these are the things that concern me. And like I said, technology is not the problem, it's the timing. So if you've already deployed this in other cities and we've seen that and they've gotten better, I'd like for it to come to us when it has been perfected and it looks great, and that's my concern.
On the ownership question, if ownership was a concern for the city, we deed poles to the city. So there isn't really another option. I mean, it's either Crown is going to own it, maintain it, or we deed it to the city and we work out an arrangement with the city in terms of maintenance. That's a possibility, and we've done that.
First of all, I think I need to apologize because apparently asking to move them a few feet opened this whole can of worms. So I want to also thank you because you went further than I was thinking. And opened up this whole can of worms with the poles and everything else. For example, there's one house, I think it might be 1631, where there's an existing pole that was kind of in front of a window, and you ended up moving it all the way over here when I was thinking, like 2 feet this way. And so that way you wouldn't have had to, 70 feet down, new poles, anything else.
Can we look at what example you're referring to?
Yeah.
What site is that?
Yeah, so look at the option 1 there. And so if you just moved it over right there. That's all I was thinking. I wasn't thinking.
Take that pole and move it to the right.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking that you guys have to move it 60 feet, 70 feet down. That was.
Yeah, we can accommodate that request.
Well,
either one we can do is what we're saying.
Well, and so that's why I'm just saying that's more what I was looking for. I wasn't looking for you to move it 70 feet down, 60 feet down, or anything like that. The other thing I want to say, and it's going to be a little bit blunt, is the 5 proposed sites have existing light poles. So when you argue that the aesthetics, it isn't putting a new light pole in front of people's houses. It's light poles that already exist and putting an additional height on it. And you can see in these pictures, like this one, the light pole is already taller than the house. So in terms of view, if you go up higher, it's not going to impact that resident's view. And that's what we have on a lot of them. Now, that said, I am frustrated that we don't have a final picture idea and of what it will look like. I found this somewhere. Is this similar to what you're talking about? Is this a different type of pole?
Yeah, this pole has the luminaire, or the pole that goes higher, and it's not top fed like we had found in the city, but there's a lot of them that are pretty similar to this, but the wire goes across.
No, I mean this part here, is that a...
That one I would say is a lot longer. That's probably about 10 feet, maybe 12.
Well, but it is a microcell.
No, that's just a light pole.
It's just a light, because what's the extension above it?
Excuse me.
Oh, sure. Sorry. So because I've been trying to find some idea, because I know the person who got up and spoke with the prop, it isn't 12 feet wide. It's 12 feet as a circle, correct?
It's round. 12 inches. It's a cylinder.
I mean 12 inches, sorry, not 12 feet. God, help us. Okay, so I wanted to clarify that. So it's not a foot wide. It's a foot around. So it will be the size of a normal light post.
Yeah, it has a 6-inch radius and a 12-inch diameter.
Okay. And then, let's see. Dense residential, I don't know a lot about this technology, but I'm assuming when you have dense residential, you have dense usage, which is a drain on the system, which creates a greater need for this type of technology.
So if you turn to the page that's pink, I just wanted to really briefly cover how this will answer a lot of the questions from the audience as well. How this was selected. Why was this neighborhood that we see from overhead selected? The pink area on this map represents a signal strength that is being seen in the area. And the orange is even a worse signal, and I can actually only see one dot of the red. So red's not really a consideration here. But anytime you're in the pink, orange, or red, it is considered marginal to like 1 or 2 bars on your phone. That's what that's considered. Outdoors, this is fine. It works. You can make your calls. You don't drop calls. Indoors, the signal strength decreases a little bit. So if you look on this page, it's page 15. There's a pink push pin in the location where we're talking about for this. And you can see that the entire area there is pink. So we start off the conversation with, it has okay coverage. To everybody's point here, you're not dropping calls when you're in this area. But that's where the next page begins to show a more conclusive picture of why this was chosen. So the next page is a zoomed-in view of the same information. This is page 16. And on the right side, this has nothing to do with RF anymore. This has to do with how many people physically live in that space. So the darker the color, or the more red or the brown the color is, the more people live in that area. So this is what we call a population density map. And they take the information on the T-Mobile subscribers with their addresses, and they plot the information. And just to let you know, the really dark brown ones are 6,000 to 8,000 people in that one square. So anytime you see a very red or dark color, there's a lot of people there. Now, the reason why this spot was picked is because there are a lot of people in a very small area, and I like to associate this as a concept. We all use the internet. None of us use dial-up modems anymore. Why? Because there's limited bandwidth. We all went and began to use cable modems or DSL or fiber. And again, why? Because we utilize more bandwidth, and that's what's needed to get our signals. So when you have a lot of people in one small area, which this area represents, you need to have more bandwidth in that area just to service the people the same way. I usually give a very simple example. If you go and do a high-def TV signal streaming to your phone, you can look and Google it. It says you need 5 megabits of download speed to get that high-def 1080p signal. 5 megabits. Well, if you go into your Hulu or your Netflix and you go high-def stream and it's just a button click, it turns it into a requirement of 25 megabits of download speed just by a button click. And now that exact same area has one person downloading 25 megabits of high-def signal onto their device. So this is a throughput bandwidth requirement thing that as we grow usage in our high-def type environments, we need more cell sites that cover these areas in a very small way so that those people can continue to get that signal. So why was this neighborhood targeted? There's a very healthy cellular usage environment there that will benefit by the offloading of these small cells so they can have good service and continue to have good service. So this is no longer to add coverage, it's to add capacity. That's the difference.
Okay, and then one thing that has come up numerous times in comments and I just wanted to hear from maybe our attorney. For this type, they're not necessarily asking for the permit because of dead zones. They're actually wanting to install new technology and upgrade their system. So is proof of need a requirement?
It is not. The general rule in California, Public Utility Code 7901, that telephone companies have a right to install their facilities in the right-of-way as long as they don't incommode the public. What that means is you have the right to regulate time, place, and manner of the installation and aesthetics, which is part of our discussion. So there's no specific coverage requirement. Obviously, if they do have a gap in coverage, that makes it
Easier for them.
easier for them, yes.
And then if we were to approve this CUP, can we put conditions on that, such as technology becomes available, let's say it goes to the next thing, and they're no longer using these particular cell towers that they're required to take them out? Or obviously we would want, if they wanted anybody to co-locate with them, that would have to come back to us. Are we allowed to put those type of requirements on them?
So to answer the second part of that question regarding co-location, I believe the appellee responded correctly when he said that the existing federal law puts limits on their limitations on your authority, meaning that if a second person comes with an application that defeats the design or the concealment or the aesthetics you've approved on the first person there, then that second person has to come back for a CUP. So that's the second bite of the apple and the control you have for that second person. It doesn't mandate or require you co-locate. It does say eligible facilities, which is a very limited, very specific, limited circumstance when it's a ministerial over-the-counter, but most of the time it would come back to you.
And back to aesthetics. Let's say we approve this and contingent upon getting an agreed upon design, and we have the condition that, hey, if somebody wants to co-locate, add on, change it, they come back to us. If we were to say no because of aesthetics, what right does the next person then have to say, hey, you've approved this, we want to put one 25 feet away from the existing since you wouldn't let us co-locate? Are we able to say no, or is that discrimination because we already have?
Yeah, you have control over time, place, and manner of placement. So you could say no if someone wanted to come and install 5 feet from someone next to them. You could ask them to move. You could 25 feet, I would say yes. Mm-hmm. When you get larger than that, I would say that hasn't been really decided by the courts. So we would have to look at that on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, and then one of the things we discussed at the last meeting that I wanted to follow up on is the entire city. And we know that your client is possibly interested in putting more towers up. You weren't sure of the numbers. Based on comments that somebody else made, it sounds like you were limited to only asking for 5 this time. Is there any way to do this where we get a comprehensive plan that only 5 are, I mean, on the city side where we come up with this plan about where these are going to be, how many we need, some way that we're not just approving 5 by 5 by 5, not knowing what our city's going to look like? If you would answer. I know, it was for this.
The issue before the council today is a consideration of these 5. Correct. And issues that are considered or discussed are limited to the application that's before you under our current code. I will say that my office, in coordination with the staff, is developing a more thorough wireless ordinance to come to you, where we can put standards in place in regards to, standards, whether that's aesthetics and location. But I would recommend against, especially in conjunction with this hearing, putting in place a master plan, so to speak.
Yeah. I figured we couldn't. I was just more curious if we could. And then the question about 5G. It's my understanding right now that there's like 3 companies that have 5G phones in the world, and 2 of them are not allowed to be sold in the United States, which leaves Samsung allowed to, and that Apple may be coming out with a 5G phone in 2020. So what we're looking at is the next level technology. And quite frankly, that's what West Covina used to be known for, is being the leader. With Mayor Tui here, he'll probably remember when it was Charter bringing in fiber. We were one of the first cities to get it. And that means we had the best internet speed at the time and were ahead of the curve when it came to technology. So 5G is not something new to the world, and especially not to China, who developed it, but it's coming new to the United States because, quite frankly, we've fallen behind the world in it. So I don't see necessarily having these towers as being ahead of the curve. We're catching up with people, and there are a lot of cities that already have it. I am in agreement that I don't necessarily like the aesthetics because, again, we haven't seen the final model, but I'm not afraid of the technology. And it's reassuring to hear that we will be addressing possibly a citywide standard. So, since you're up here, I think you mentioned last time that Walnut is one of the cities you've already put 5G in. That's correct, right?
Not 5G. Right-of-way sites.
Okay.
Right. I showed a picture of one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a standalone pole.
Yeah, the poles.
Right.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure because a neighboring city does have it. Right. 2 neighboring cities do have it. So. Okay. And I have my notes from, I think that was, my last question was, I get your map and things like that, but did you absolutely have to start in residential? Was there anywhere else in the city that could have used it without having to be directly in the residential? You've touched on it in terms of
the issue, residential is sort of the area now that is in need of enhanced 4G coverage because it never got enhanced 4G coverage. It got it through macros that were placed in industrial and commercial zones. And in some locations, we were able to install DAS nodes in some canyons in some places, so there's not just macros. But for the large part, 4G LTE was provided by macros, and where you have large residential areas, you're not going to be able to get a strong signal in there. And that's, so yes, we are focused on residential right now.
Okay. I think those are all of my notes. Thank you.
I do have a couple questions. It won't take me that long. First of all, I want to go with staff on there. That, from what I understand, you said something about you can place them 25 foot. If you have one, you can put another within 25 feet. So what you're trying to say, I just want to see if I correct this right. If I'm wrong, correct me. That's what I'm saying. If I have a light pole already in front of my house and they say they put their 5G on top of that, and someone wants to co-locate and they want to go 25 feet away, and my property is 75 foot long, I could actually have 3 of those poles in front of my house. Am I don't know, am I correct there? What's going on?
Well, I think maybe, I'm not sure that is totally correct. First of all, co-location generally means it's on the same structure. So a co-location would be on the same structure. I think what Robert was trying to express is if you remove a light pole and you replace it with another light pole, you have to do it within a certain number of feet. And maybe you want to go over that again one more time, because this is about Edison, not about our city standards.
I don't know what the gentleman's next to you. She was asked, the question was asked if you can't co-locate on the same pole,
Yeah.
How far away can we make sure the other one's away for someone else wants to put it in there?
So, Deputy City Attorney Baron Bettenhausen, I can respond to that, Mayor. I was responding to Councilmember Schumacher's question in regards to...
that's Shoemaker.
Shoemaker. My apologies, Councilmember. My apologies. The council member's question. And she was asking about, like, how much discretion does the city have in regards to placement? You know, are they going to come in? And she used the question at 25 feet. So there's no specific answer to that question. There's the general rule that the city can regulate time, place, and manner. That's California law, Public Utility Code 7901. There's a federal law, 47 U.S.C. 259, where the city can't prohibit and cannot impose an effective prohibition. That effective prohibition, what that really means is we can't put standards so strict that it effectively bans them through the entire city. So somewhere in between there is the question, how far apart can we keep them? And there's no specific answer to that that's been had by cases. So I was answering her question. Obviously, if two poles 5 feet from each other, I think anybody would reasonably say you can stop somebody from 5 feet. I think 25 feet, you could stop somebody, a second party, from coming in and locating 25 feet. When you start moving farther apart from that and you're talking about different carriers, it becomes more of a question we'd have to look at on a fact-by-fact basis. But what's here before us today is the consideration of these five and their relation to each other.
Okay, now
I can add a little if that's...
Well, just, if you would, a second. Okay, I just have a couple other ones I want to throw out there so we can move on. I don't want to have you up for another 2 hours like we were the other night. Anyway, I assume when we first brought this up, it was brought up one cell tower per one light pole. That's what came out of the Planning Commission, right? I mean, that's what I heard. We're going to have, if you have basically five light poles on your street, you can have 5 cell towers on your street. Now what we're saying is that you can, not only those 5, you could have a half a dozen more on the same street. If you want, because now you're saying that we can go with standalone without a light on them. So now things are changing. Okay, you can correct me when I get done. Okay, now, we've added 2 different scenarios tonight that we didn't have the last time we were here. The part about where you want to have this above the ground boxes, which we were assuming when we talked last time, everything would be below subground. So now we want 2 other scenarios in tonight, which I'm very dissatisfied with, to tell you right now, on that. And I'm going to make it very clear on one thing. The staff does not answer to the residents of West Covina. The city council does. I will never approve anything, then let the staff make up something that we may not approve, because that's going above and beyond taking that control out of our hands. So if I'm going to okay something, it has to be something that, as a council, up a majority, we're going to okay it, and that's the way we want it. We don't want to say, we will okay it here, now if you want to change a few things, go back and let the staff change it. That's taking that out of our control, and I'm, for one, not going to give that control up. You know what? Like I said, the one is 1631, and the other one was 1722, that was changed with the box in those. I'll be honest, before I go any further, those 2 I can't accept tonight. So we'll talk about the rest of them. I don't have any other questions, the staff does, or if you want, please.
Since I'm taking responsibility for creating this mess, they haven't changed it. What we're being presented with is options. So you're perfectly able to approve how it came up from the Planning Commission. Crown Castle and staff was addressing where I asked, is it possible to move it over a couple of feet? And that's why I said somebody went above and beyond when they did the single pole moving it 60 feet, because that really wasn't what my intent was. And so I wouldn't want you to approve or disapprove based on them trying to give us options. And that's what the PowerPoint said, option 1, option 2A, option 2B. So I just wanted to clarify that because I didn't want that to be.
Mayor?
Okay, thank you.
If I may?
Yes.
If you have no other questions for these gentlemen, the rules of a hearing of this type would require that you allow the person that filed the appeal to come up and have a rebuttal. Okay, good.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, that's all we're going to have to come back up.
I'm running out of dress shirts to attend these meetings. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, it's time to deny these 5 sites that we have respectfully appealed. You all have enough reservations that you've expressed tonight. Many of you have expressed continued aesthetics as a concern. There are a lot of I thinks, unfortunately, to some of the questions you asked Mayor Johnson. So what if it's 26 feet? There's many properties that are longer than 25 feet, 26 feet, 27 feet. So yes, you're going to have multiple poles to support multiple carriers. There's no guarantees. That's what you were being told when it's I think. Crown, I believe, asked to consider a conditional approval. That was pretty slick. Please don't give a conditional approval. Add on by other carriers. What's that going to look like? No one in this place can answer that question. Not me, not any of you, not the gentleman behind me. We need to know what that answer is. I do appreciate the RF engineer explaining some things. I thought that was very helpful. I looked online using the T-Mobile website along with other carrier websites, and that is a public website, and found that it's very dark red around this area. Now, do I believe that? It's probably dark red because they want subscription. So I probably tend to agree with the RF engineer because they would know better. So I'm trying to be a bit balanced here. Remember, it was all about 5G first. Now it's about capacity. We keep flip-flopping. I also believe we heard in the prior session from Crown that if there is a big tower close by, you don't need these. It's hard to know what to believe after 2 sessions now. I want you to remember it's more than just these 5 sites. It's not just about these 5 sites. I do understand that's what this is about, so that's why I'm asking you to deny, because you let these go in and everything opens up. One thing I do want to make clear here, this is very important because it was mentioned. We would like to retract anything that may have been said, written or submitted related to this topic of radiation. And please do not use radiation topic as a consideration factor to decide on our appeal. We are primarily concerned with the aesthetics in our neighbourhoods. I want you to remember, still, even after tonight, not a single resident has voiced approval, not one. We don't want any new poles, that would be awful, dead tree trunks. If you had pretty ones, which you said you do, why did you show your worst one? Come on. We don't want no new boxes. We don't want no permits to add extension or new poles without the express written consent from a homeowner if it's viewable from the resident's windows. Any agreement should state no change to any approved design that meets your requirements when we finally give them our requirements. How many will there be in West Covina? I think that was asked here. Where are the locations? What's the time frame? Can we get a blueprint of the end state? I think it's very important to know how this is going to end up. Our current zoning code does not allow regular cells or small cells in residential zones. Our current zoning code does not allow regular cells or small cells in residential zone. The zoning code was enacted to protect the residential neighbourhoods. Once the door is cracked open for these small cells, the deluge follows. It can never be shut again. Federal law removes the council's prerogative to decide on this topic. Should the council allow one cell, on what grounds can the council deny 1,000 of them? And before you think that number is ridiculous, do the math. At 500 feet per installation across 17 square miles, that's thousands upon thousands. No matter where you look, you're bound to see a few at once. The council must not set this precedent and open the door to harm the residents. There is no significant gap. We do not have any drop calls right now. We have good reception. The large cell tower behind the Seafood City is only 1,500 feet from all the proposed sites. There's no excuse for having more. The telecom companies want to tell the city where to place these cells. They will argue that it's aesthetically pleasing and it's not intrusive. That's not for them to decide. We didn't vote them into the council representing the residents get to decide where these towers can be placed within our city. It is not and will never be up to the telecom companies to dictate where to place any facility within our city. Only the City Council can decide where and what is best for our residents, not the telecom companies. We are asking the Council not to allow these eyesores to be inserted into our residential areas. The Council gets to decide the shape and size, the colour and all aspects of aesthetics for the construction of such equipment. The telecom company can ask for an entire football field or a pinhole for their equipment. It is still up to the council to decide whether to give a football field or a pinhole or none at all. This is our city. Our council makes the decision, again, not the telecom companies. Even if the telecom companies were to complain that it is not working for them, it is still not the city's job to make anything work for them. The city does not work for them, period. The city can grant them certain privileges, and it's up to them whether they want to take advantage of those privileges or not. I understand that the telecom companies' applications cannot be unreasonably withheld or denied. I get that, but our council has never been unreasonable. Keeping the neighbourhood beautiful, is not unreasonable. Your decision to look out for the residents would be a well-considered decision and not capricious in any manner. In fact, it is the council's very responsibility to look out for its residents. Finally, in 2012, FCC was given the authority to regulate existing towers modifications. This authority unfairly benefits the telecom companies. Once a company has received the city's approval for new installations, it can then bypass the city completely to make any modifications to those installations because they are now considered existing installations. The city may approve for a small footprint, but once the door is opened, it becomes a free-for-all for the telecom company. The city must guard against this ploy. If you don't want these towers in the residential areas, as we don't want them, is very simple and well within the council's authority. Federal law preserves the local authorities' rights to decide based on placement, construction and modification. Please be our voice and let these companies know loud and clear that thanks but no thanks. We value the beauty of our city very much right now. We reserve the right to reconsider our options in the future, but for now, we would do better to guard our city against their ploy. Thank you very much.
I just have one question for you, sir. I never got your address. Do you live in West Covina? Are you a West Covina resident?
Yes, 34 years.
Thank you very much. That's all I want to know.
Thank you. And thank you for your time.
Okay, that will end our public comment. I shall close the public comment and ask for any council discussion before we...
Well, we're here today for the hearing. I personally don't want to waste our time, our residents' time, and those who came out to appeal. I don't want this to continue on and to be dragged further and further. I know our two options is to deny the appeal or approve the appeal. So I just basically we discussed a lot of things that technically go back to the Planning Commission. There's just so much more information or so much things that are needed. And as I mentioned before, like I don't mind it in the future, but at this time for tonight's thing, I would actually approve the appeal. Oh, I make the motion to approve the appeal.
Councilwoman Shoemaker.
I will second.
I don't know at this point that I would approve the appeal. I think it would be a better option to send it back to the Planning Commission, just because we don't have a final design. And I understand that Crown Castle has said that they will work with the city to get a final design, but I am not comfortable with approving it without having that final design. And also some of the discussion about location and how that affects aesthetics. And so depending on how Councilwoman Lopez Viado's motion goes, I would have a counter one to actually send it back to the Planning Commission if we're allowed to do that.
You want to say anything?
Yeah, I don't like any of the designs, so I'm with Councilwoman Lopez.
You know, like I said, the problems I had, you know, the first time we talked about it and you showed your designs and everything on it, I said, fine, if that's what we have, you know, you have a straight light pole, and then you have a canister on top of it that's not even bigger than a light pole. But then tonight you brought up two different scenarios also, that you don't put a pole there, then you don't put above ground. And I think aesthetics, that's where I have a problem with. I can't have any aesthetic. I want everything underground on it. If everything would have been, if you'd have came back the same diagrams that you showed me the first time, I would have no problem with it. But we're going all over the place now. So I do agree with Councilwoman Shoemaker. If I wouldn't mind seeing it go back to the Planning Commission and have these things hammered out rock solid by the Planning Commission. This is what you can do, and this is what you can't do. I don't want to see a standalone pole by itself. I was under the assumption that it was going to be one cell tower for one light pole. If you had to move it a couple feet, whatever it was going to be, but it was going to be there. I didn't expect, when she brought it up the first time, I agreed with her. If you could move it right out in front of a window, over just a couple feet, that would have been fine. But as I looked at all of them, I see now we're adding other poles. Now we have, like I said, if we have 5 or 6 on a block right now, eventually we could have 30 on that block for some reason. I'm not saying there will be that many. Well, I'm just throwing a number out there. We could have 15, 20 of them. Because now you say if you went every 50 feet, and there's 22 houses on my block, and the average width-wise on my block is 70 foot wide. We could have them, but once every house you could have one and stay within that limit. So if I can't send it back to the Planning Commission, you know, I just, for what was brought to me tonight, for the change of it, there's 2 of them that I definitely couldn't accept.
Can we get clarification from the city attorney or deputy city attorney on this process?
Yeah, so first, I do feel I need to clarify the question regarding the distance, and I'll answer your procedure question, but first as to the distance. What's before us is just these 5 applications, so approve or deny, it does not take away your ability to stop a second applicant from locating within 5 feet or 50 feet if at a future time. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record. But what's before us is the 5. If the council wishes to send it back to Planning Commission, I would only raise the concern about the shot clocks, that there's a set time for us, the city to deny or approve. And if we needed or had an interest in sending to Planning Commission, we would have to ask the applicant if they would be willing to toll that shot clock again for it to go back to the Planning Commission for further design. If not, then I would recommend either an up or down vote.
Okay, if we approve the appeal, what's the next step for Crown Council? Let's say, I mean, is it dead? Is there a time limit for them to come back? How does it work?
They would file a new application if they still were interested.
And there's no like time frame they have to wait to file a new application, or can they do it tomorrow? Read.
1 second.
That's not a section of the code we look at very often, but I believe it's 6 months.
Okay. So they wouldn't be able to apply again for 6 months.
And also keep in mind, if you did send it back to the Planning Commission, then whatever the Planning Commission does can be appealed to the City Council.
I don't mind waiting it for 6 months. Anything could happen in 6 months. Technology changes in 6 months. So by then we could see how other cities and how aesthetically beautiful it may or may not be. And by the time it comes to us, then that could be reconsidered.
Just to reiterate, I don't have the code memorized. I'm sorry. I apologize for that. It might not be 6 months. It might be a year. It's sometime in that framework. But there is a code section that says they can't submit the same application.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's roll call.
To clarify, the motion is to pick option 2, which is approve the appeal and overturn the Planning Commission's approval of administrative use permits numbers 19, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29. Is that correct?
And we'll bring back resolutions to reflect the council's decision at the next meeting.
Councilman Castellanos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Councilmember Shoemaker?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu?
Aye.
Mayor Johnson?
No, it passes 3-2. The appeal's been passed. Okay, that's in this one. Okay, now we shall go to, thank you, everybody.
Could we take a break?
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break. And that was due because Councilwoman Jessica has never asked for a break. She gets this one. And our 5 minutes are up. Okay, now we're going to item number 7, which is a zoning code amendment number 18-04. The matter is set for a public hearing consists of an amendment to Chapter 26 of the West Covina Municipal Code related to alcohol sales at gas station service stations. Will the city clerk verify that proper legal notice has been given?
Verified.
At this time, I shall open the public hearing on the code amendment number 18-04, and there will be here it is, a presentation of the staff report. Then we shall hear from those in favor of the proposal, then those opposed. City Manager, who shall give our report?
Joanne Burns will be giving this report.
Okay.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, and also members of the public. First off, I'd like to start off with a brief background information. On June 28th, 2018, a request was received by the city from Mohsen Karimi, who is the owner of an extra mile service station located on Citrus Avenue, to initiate a code amendment to allow the alcohol sales within service station convenience stores. In August 28, 2018, the Planning Commission initiated this code amendment. On February 26, April 23rd, and May 14, 2019, the Planning Commission held several study sessions and discussed possible development standards that would be included in a draft ordinance. On August 13, 2019, the Planning Commission approved a resolution to recommend the City Council amend the municipal code to allow alcohol sales at service stations. The Planning Commission approved this resolution in a 3-2 vote. really quickly, I'm going to go ahead and go over the summary of the proposed amendment. The amendment adds a category to the land use matrix in the West Covina Municipal Code that identifies that a CUP is required for the use in the NC, RC, SC, C2, C3, and M1 zones, and it's not allowed in any other zoning designation. It removes sale of alcoholic beverages as a prohibited use in service stations. It also adds a CUP requirement in alcoholic beverage service portion of the municipal code and cross-references section 26-685.103.3, which is the new section that would be added as part of this amendment. The new section would identify that a conditional use permit is required to sell alcohol in service stations, and also list standards of performance standards in order for the applicant to be able to submit a conditional use permit application. These standards include beer and wine sales shall only be allowed in convenience stores greater than 2,000 square feet in floor area. So if a convenience store within a service station is less than 2,000 square feet, then they would not even be allowed to submit a conditional use permit application. A maximum of 10% of the retail floor area would only be allowed to display and sell alcohol within the convenience store. The sale of beer and wine in quantities fewer than 3 containers would be prohibited, and no alcoholic beverage can be sold in quantities less than the distributor's intended resale units. No beer and wine shall be displayed within 5 feet of a cash register or front door. The advertisement of beer and wine shall not be permitted at motor fuels islands. Identification card reader is required to determine the authenticity of the identification that displays the age of the individual. No payphone shall be permitted on the exterior of the premises. No beer and wine shall be sold from or displayed in an ice tub. No coin-operated video games or video entertainment machines shall be permitted on the premises. Signage shall be posted in the parking lot and on the exterior of the building, notifying people that alcohol shall not be consumed on the premises. Signs shall be prominently posted stating the California state law prohibits the sale of beer and wine to persons under the age of 21 years old. These standards were brought up during the meeting, and also were standards that were previously developed by the Planning Commission in a previous code amendment that was initiated and rescinded, I believe, in 2010. So these are the standards that the Planning Commission had approved and is recommending to the City Council for adoption. The options are to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation and adopt the ordinance, provide alternative direction, or to receive and file. Staff is recommending that the City Council read the title of the ordinance and introduce the ordinance. If the ordinance is approved today, there will be a second reading at the next City Council meeting. With this, it concludes staff's presentation. If the City Council has any questions, I'm available to answer.
Okay, we'll wait till after everybody's spoken, then we'll, whatever. Okay, now we shall hear for those in favor of the proposal, and then after we shall hear from those opposed.
So I have one position slip that I was asked to read into the record by Mr. Eddie Eldon. He said, "We're living in modern times. Convenience is very important. To get gas, beer, and wine makes sense. Everyone else has it." He's a resident of the city for 43 years. The following speaker cards have marked that they're in favor. That would be Michael Toohey, John Shepard, followed by Romel Cipriano.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, it's different sometimes being on this side, and I still get nervous talking. So, thanks, Tony. I came down and have been supporting this at a matter of fairness. Dairies at one time weren't allowed to sell alcohol or beer and wine either. Our dairy was the one that got the first license, not one we owned it, but the neighbor that owned the home next door to us, Haiti Klotz, applied and got a beer and wine license in 1975, and there's been one there ever since. Not all dairies are the same. You guys have a dairy on Willow and Francisquito that you approved a hard liquor license for. That's the only dairy in West Covina. You also denied one at the Royal Crest Dairy on Roland and Azusa for a hard liquor license. The Planning Commission did. I just believe it is a matter of fairness. You look around, gas stations have changed. I told people before, my father was in the oil industry and fought hard for gas stations to transition. And it was a very important thing because they've gone from gas stations now to mini markets. They really don't repair cars at most of them anymore. It has changed. Also looking at the other stores, and I'm making sure I need to say this publicly, I'm not picking on Sprouts by any means. Sprouts applied, Mo has applied for the last 10 years trying to get this. Sprouts came in, did not need a public hearing because of our laws. They got a beer and wine license over the counter, no hearings, nothing. And that's fine, they're a great operator, but that is our laws. The only one who protested, and I mean no one protested, was Planet Fitness. They were concerned with parking. But we already had, if the argument was a concentration of alcohol licenses, that was present when Sprouts was issued one. And it's just, times are different. I do believe people shop at different places. Up by Mayor Johnson's house, there are no grocery stores. So you're either going to Ron and Gary's liquor store on San Bernardino Road, the store next to my old pizza parlor, or the market on the corner across from the mayor's house, which is in the county of Los Angeles. A lot of you live in areas where may not have opportunities to have grocery stores. So I'm saying these serve a vital need, and you buy your milk there, whatever you do on the way home. Not everyone wants to go inside a grocery store. But I think of a matter of fairness, everyone should be treated equal. Even though these are small businesses, they do generate tremendous sales tax for your city. And I'm talking about Mo and Sodi. They do as much sales tax at their businesses currently than Sprouts will do, because 65% of all the sales at a grocery store are non-taxable. That's a very important aspect. Even though Sprouts is an organic and health type of store, they added alcohol because it's a matter of service for their customers. It's not in their normal product line. And we're all going to be there tomorrow, you're going to see Sprouts has a lot of items that are more health related. Some of the people that have spoke negatively on this said that it's similar, this will run down our city, similar to having nail salons in our city. And that's out there on West Covina Insider, I believe, and next door. Nail salons. Well, I sometimes go to nail salons. I don't go there a lot, but I didn't know I was ruining the city. I would be more objective to hair salons. You know, I don't give a damn about a hair salon, bottom line, and I know neither does Dave. You know, I know, I know you, I don't even want to go there, Lloyd, but I do think in a matter of fairness, it's time to make it so everyone's equal. I think it's reasonable to put restrictions, meaning that no more than 4, since that's primarily 4 locations that meet the standard in which you have, so there's not 18 of them. I think that's reasonable too, but I think it's time to change and make it fair for everyone. Even though it could hurt me as a business owner, it's a matter of fairness. Sprouts will hurt me a little bit opening, but it's a great addition to the city of West Covina, and we need to have Sprouts, and we need to give them all the opportunities they have to make their money. Thank you very much. Sorry about all your time, and I know you guys have had a hell of a night already. So thank you.
Next is John Sherrard.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I'll just make this brief since it has been a long night. Basically, one word here is pretty important. It's convenience. And I think Mayor Tui touched on that, convenience. I don't buy a lot of beer and wine, but I find myself coming from, say, Mount Sac to where I live in Martin Azusa. I don't go into Staters because I just want some milk, soda, and some donuts. It's just because I don't want to wait in long lines, and so I can kind of compare this to people who want to get beer, six-pack, convenience. That word is used a lot in our society. People are in a hurry, and Mayor Tui touched on that. Times they are changing. People are in a hurry all the time, going here, going there. They have that cell phones. Things have changed. Most cities around this area do have it where you can, and I think the Planning Commission, when I was here for that, a stipulation they put in was 2,000 square feet. I think that was their rules. Great idea if that was their idea, because if it's a small little liquor store or gas station, then yes, maybe there's problems. I don't know what that would be, but that's just my point, is this convenience of coming and going. And it's not just this gas station anymore. It's turned into food stores, and we're not taking business away from grocery stores because you're going to still go in there and get your hamburger meat. They don't have that in gas stations. This is just for the convenience, and West Covina is a very modern, up-to-date city, and I think adopting something like this only helps just residents who are in a fast-paced society. And just to the council, I highly recommend that you approve this. Thank you.
Romel Cipriano, followed by Hushi, followed by John Shoemaker.
Hi, you might excuse me, I'm a little bit tired, and I'm waiting so long. It's hours and hours, to see everything. But anyway, at the same time, I kind of a little bit freak out with the story the person revealed about how can the police can shoot, a real civilian, just carrying a cell phone. That impacted me really so bad. But anyway, I'm going to make it so simple. I'm here now to support to Moses Karimi, who owns the gas station at the corner of Citrus and Workman Avenue. That's pretty, the real great gas station. Got a lot of facility like services the customer, like a car wash service and a gas cell. Plus, it got a mini market, which is it's a lot of things that we go in and out. We need it. My question is, what's the difference between gas station and a restaurant with a bar? If you go to Citrus, you just pass Bartillo, you will see a lot of bars and restaurants. I guess people, they are more in danger now by eating and drinking. They will get arrested. It makes it different. Gas station people in and out, they need things. They might as well get a beer and something, but take them home. That's the different things I see. No one stay there and drink. It's easy to put them on their trunk and go. I don't see the difference, between that. And I think it should, I'm requesting that you should give it a license and we have it at that facility. Convenient. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I have worked in that store ever since 2012 for Mr. Karimi, and I just want to bring a few things to your all's attention. The convenience store, but the other party that is against it is service station they're talking about, that we had that amendment in West Covina. Service station, if you look at the dictionary or if you Google it, it's a gas station that deals with automotive repair, that sells belt, that do oil change, that changes hoses. We don't do any of that. Our stores is a convenience store. Our store is a food store. We sell snacks, soda, juice, and food. We are not a mechanic shop out there that we shouldn't be allowed to sell beer and wine. The store that we have over there is pretty clean, well operated. The staffs are well trained. It's clean outside. We do not allow any homeless people to be on the property. And if you ever come to that area, please do stop by and look at it for yourself. And panhandling, we don't let anybody go out on the island and ask for money. And all we are asking is to be allowed to have you all's approval to sell beer and wine there. We don't even want to sell hard liquor out there. And if Sprout can come right behind us and sell it, why can't we? It's just, again, going back to the matter of fairness. I understand, again, that our ancestors and all that back in the days, they don't want service stations sell beer and wine, but we are not service station. We call ourselves a convenience store, not a service station. I sure appreciate if you all authorize us, allow us to sell beer and wine. That makes it so easier for everybody, because customers, day in, day out, I see them, they come in and they go to the cooler door. Oh, you all don't sell beer here? I said, no, sir, we are not allowed. We cannot serve beer. We can't sell it to you. We don't have it. And they said, well, why? I got to go to Covina, or I got to go somewhere else. I got to stop across the street to get it. I said, that's what you need to do. Again, going back is just convenience. They do drive from work when they get off, and they want to come and get their gas, perhaps use the ATM, get their soda, maybe food, and get their beer and go home and consume it. And I sure, again, appreciate it if you all allow us to sell and consider that to sell beer and wine in our store. Thank you.
Over the years, as this has come up, I've tried to figure out what the difference is if I get in my car, drive to a liquor store, drive to would be considered a traditional store, drive to a restaurant, go to all the places that I can buy beer, wine, and liquor, and it's perfectly acceptable. I can go to any store, and a lot of the people who are going to get up here and talk tonight about being against it never say a word about that. But if I drive to a convenience store that happens to sell gasoline, oh, the world's going to come to an end. The world's going to come to an end. I just don't understand what the difference is. You know, if you look at some of the things that are going on national level, would we be able to, there's a couple things that I look at. If they weren't selling gas, would that location be approved to sell beer and wine? If the answer is yes, what's the difference if you have one more thing? You're going to tell me that our city would say no if Walmart decided to put in, like they do in the City of Industry, they have charging stations. Is that considered refueling your automobile? No, you can't do that. Or, yes, you can, but you have to get rid of your beer and wine that you sell there. Would we say no to Costco if they decided they wanted to come into West Covina and they want gas stations there? No. We don't want your, $1 million a year in sales tax that will come to our city because of you sell beer and wine along with gasoline. Yeah. I remember there was a time, and it could be 15 years ago or so, that I believe, I can't remember if it was Food for Less at the time or not, wanted to put a gas station in, sell gasoline. Nobody said they were going to have to quit selling beer and wine, if they put those in, it was turned down because of the location, where it was going to fit and the traffic and things like that would happen. So, to a great extent, it's just the consistency. I thought it was kind of funny that, some of the things that have been going around about the concentration, how much of it is concentrated in the northwest portion of West Covina. I didn't realize that since I live by Roma and Azusa that I live in the northwest part of West Covina. I also didn't realize that the South Hills Country Club was in the northwest part of West Covina. So I was a little surprised. What I thought was amusing about that data that was presented, the reason I say data instead of information is because a dictionary is data. War and Peace is information. The difference is it's there. What I thought was kind of interesting is of the 4, maybe 5 locations that would be possible, they're not in that area that the person was complaining about, that the high density area. They're outside that area. So does that mean they're going to get up here and say, approve those 2, not the other 2? I think we just need to look at it as what is really going on. What's the difference? We don't forbid, like I said a few seconds ago, I can drive to a store and pick up anything that they sell as long as they don't sell gasoline. Well, I was thinking about buying a car that ran on propane. Does that mean if they sell propane, they shouldn't be selling beer and wine because it's the ability to refuel the car? But I look at some of the things that the Planning Commission put on this. And if anything, it will improve safety because they would lose the right to sell that if they allowed people to consume on the property. If they violated any of the stipulations of their permit that all the other places do not have. So I hope tonight you look at it and say, there's really no difference. There hasn't been in the years I've lived here, there hasn't been an increase in drunk driving. There hasn't been an increase of, crime and things like that related to all the restaurants that come in. So I think, it should be fair to allow these, they are small businesses, and we should be supporting those small businesses to be competitive, in this area, whether we like that specific item or not personally or use it ourselves. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Speaking in opposition, Bill Robinson, followed by Elsie Messman, followed by Alfred Williams.
Good evening, Council. Bill Robinson, resident. I'm here to urge you to deny the Code Amendment 1804. I think the convenience argument is overrated. It'd be more convenient if you required the gas stations to give us free air compression for our tires. My 2 major questions is how many liquor and beer license establishments exist in West Covina, and how many gas stations? You folks are kind of young, but I can remember gas stations used to pump your gas and wash your windshields. That's not a joke. I mean, they used to do that. Like they said before, times change. Most stations are already pretty busy serving lotto and gasoline customers, and whatever that number I was asking for turns out to be, I think it's probably adequate for the city. There's enough beer and wine here. I don't wish our city to become a mecca for the kind of convenience stores, beer and wine gas stations. I don't think these gas stations mix well with nearby churches, schools, and other business, and Sprouts. There are enough outlets to buy these products already. No other gas stations in the city sell beer and wine, which should leave this council wary. You may be opening a Pandora's box if you approve this ordinance. I would prefer the station, besides fuel dispensers, like I said, who supply, air for our tires when we're buying gas. I request that the West Covina City Council doesn't uphold the Planning Commission approval and determine the findings are in need of improvement. Many people that are going to talk after me to urge that enough alcohol sales are here already, and I was at the Heights, which was mentioned earlier tonight, and perhaps homeless and drug people and panhandlers will appear at the gas stations, and this kind of conduct attracting to the gas stations is prohibited at the Heights. Soliciting and loitering. I was last weekend at the Heights, and I was a little annoyed that the police association were soliciting and loitering while they were trying to get signatures for a petition on the clipboards. So common sense says you don't mix gasoline and alcohol in the same facility, and it doesn't make sense, and the convenience argument, it just doesn't hold a lot of weight with me. Thank you.
I'm back. I guess I can just hear the people saying, here comes that witch again. Number 7. Okay, when some of the planning commissioners when are some of the planning commissioners going to listen to the people? The excuse that the gas station owners need to feed their family, as stated by a commissioner, is a dumb statement. What has he been feeding his family when he bought the franchise? I don't know there. And also, the market that's opening up, Sprouts, they should be able to sell beer. All the other grocery stores are selling beer. They're no different what kind of food they sell. So I don't know why they're holding them against it. And it should be no different. It's like, you've ever heard the 7-Eleven stores? I don't know whether you know how they got their name, but they're always 7 or 11% higher than everybody else. Okay? Like a couple of weeks ago, I said, bring down your gas prices. I said, my goodness gracious, I bought gas for I think $2.70 or something, and theirs is over $4. And once you give this to one gas owner, then it opens up for all the gas stations. Are the residents complaining to the city, or is it greed by the gas stations? This is about the 4th time that this man, has come up and wanted this changed. You know what? If he can't make a living at the gas station with what he's doing now, I think he needs to go to another business. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alfred Williams. I think a lot of people have brought up the convenience thing, and I agree. Convenience is kind of something that we shouldn't be considering. I mean, we could make it more convenient for people to buy marijuana too, and that would bring in a lot more taxes than alcohol. But I'd like to point out that somewhere around 2008, 2010, we had Forrest Wilkins actually went out and got out some signatures. And it was over 600, I think. He's here, he can tell you what it is, but I think it was over 600. Mr. Tui was on the council at that time. And that's one thing that I want to say. The council is up here to represent its citizens. And I'm saying 600 or more citizens signed a petition that said they didn't want it to happen at service station. I have to say, Mr. Tui listened to that when he was on the council. And I would say you should listen to that because those 600 people didn't go away. They're still here. Maybe a few might have died, but majority of them are still here. So we're still saying, and I am saying, I don't want service station to sell alcohol. A lot of the rules that the commission the planning commission put in their requirements have already been requirements for all sale license to sell alcohol. All sale license doesn't allow you to do certain things. You can't have the beer next to the cash register. You can't have signs in a certain place. You can't, even though minors are allowed on the premise, you can't sell to us. So a lot of these things that we are saying have been in existence since ABC came out. So it's nothing new here. I went to one of the planning commission meetings, and the gentleman there was kind of comparing us against some of the surrounding cities like La Puente and Bowen Park, and he made the statement that we aren't like them. Those guys are selling cannabis lights. Well, what's the difference? You're going to sell alcohol, and the alcohol is going to bring in more taxes. That's the only thing it's going to do. These people are just looking for more revenue. And you're taking not only 600 people's no, if you approve this tonight, you're approving it because 22 service station owners, I think it's around 22, that have actually convenience stores that want to actually sell alcohol, you're saying those 22 count over the 600 that said no. And it's really more than 600. You can probably take that statistically and multiply it by 10. Okay? As I was saying before, this council is elected to represent the citizens. And the citizens here have said, we don't want it. It's not your personal, you shouldn't bring in your personal beliefs that, well, alcohol is okay, I drank it. Nothing wrong with it. I buy it at wherever I want to and take it home. The citizens of West Covina says, no, we don't want it sold at service station. And I'm saying to you, you should listen to that. And maybe they're not here tonight. I don't know if Forrest still has a list of 6,000 or 600 or anybody else has it. But I'm still saying those citizens still live in West Covina. And if you want to stay on this council, I think those 600 are going to be listening to you tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker is Forrest Wilkins, followed by Frederick Sykes, followed by Dana Sykes.
Good evening, City Council, residents, those who may be viewing on TV. My wife and I have been living in West Covina this month 47 years. I'm going to give you a little history. 10 years ago, 767 residents signed petitions saying they did not want gas stations to sell alcoholic beverages. If the West Covina Municipal Code law is changed, it is gone forever, and the state law will be directing how we govern our city. Within the last year, a San Francisco Bay Area state legislator introduced a bill that would govern building of apartment buildings and condo condos statewide, leaving out the cities to say how they want things done as far as the building goes. 10 years ago, this proposal to sell beer and wine at gas stations was tabled at City Council. Then, sometime later, Commissioner Red Holtz gets in going again. At the Planning Commission, he went on a tirade how unfair it was West Covina would not change the law. Then a member of the City Council, after that tirade he had, the meeting after, got a hold of Commissioner Red Holtz and said, the city doesn't want it. Get rid of it. Then the next Planning Commission meeting, Red Holtz goes on and on how the citizens did not want alcoholic beverages sold at gas stations. And he agreed, and with that, he withdrew the proposal to sell alcoholic beverages at gas stations. Since then, about every couple of years, the service station owners, Chevron operators at Sunset and Merced, or the one at Citrus and Workman, they kind of tag team each other. They try again. They might go a year, 2 years, and they submit their application to the Planning Commission. They switch on and off with the Planning Commission. About a year ago, this issue started again, and we had 2 new planning commissioners, Gregory Jacques, I guess his name is, and Glenn Kennedy. Before the Planning Commission meeting with the 2 new commissioners, Commissioner Red Holtz informs at least one of them that alcohol in gas stations is a done deal. We just have to endorse the study session. Red Holtz stated this in a one-on-one conversation, not at a Planning Commission meeting, probably a violation of the Brown Act. Then the Planning Commission meeting has their scheduled meeting, and Commissioner Red Holtz makes a move to pass the issue onto the City Council without any discussion. Commissioner Heinig basically said, hold your horses. We need to have more information on that. And ultimately, another study session was started. The last time the owner orchestrates his customers and employees to come up here, probably not even residents of the city of West Covina, to address the Planning Commission and say selling alcoholic beverages is a good thing. The Chevron operator even had an admitted alcoholic say she wanted the ability for customers to buy alcohol beverages at this service station. One commission meeting ago, former Councilman Toohey, who has a business within a mile of the station at Merced and Sunset, was endorsing that. You imagine that? A businessman endorsing competition? That makes a lot of sense, right? So what you have, 2 business people who do not live within the city want to change and lose the municipal code law forever. They want you to have the state dictate how to govern West Covina. 767 residents signed that petition saying no. Commissioner Red Holt's time has passed. It is time for him to be no longer on the Planning Commission. He has displayed an attitude he does not have the interest of the people of West Covina. It is very probable he has violated the Brown Act, and the City Council should reconsider or consider this and forward this information on to the District Attorney's Office so they can conduct an investigation. The issue should be tabled. Too many red flags here.
Excuse me.
It smells.
Your time's up. Thank you.
Oh, boy. Good evening again, council members, mayor, city staff, and members of the audience. I'm Frederick Sykes, and like Elsie Messman says, I'm back. You know, it's common sense, but here we go again. Alcohol in gas stations negatively affects our standard of living in the city of West Covina. It's damaging the reputation of a community with high standards of morals and the healthiest environment for our children, and where families thrive and feel safe. The increased presence of off-premise drinking is disruptive, destabilizing, attracts crime to our neighborhoods. The planning commissioners indicated at the last meeting where I was listening to these folks talk about how they had no numbers about certain activities related to alcohol outlets. There are more than a few reports on how the density of liquor store outlets is related to more crime in a community. A report on closing liquor stores, hoping to gain public health, by Amanda Abrams on violence in the city of Baltimore, Maryland. That was just released this year. Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health Research has shown that there is a definitive link between the number of liquor outlets and a city's violent crime rate. In 1995, right here, USC, their School of Medicine had research released on cities in LA County, and it showed that more bars and liquor stores equals more violent crime. Now, speaking from a personal perspective, I grew up in South Los Angeles property, where major retail stores, supermarkets, and movie theaters all left the community. However, liquor stores seem to be everywhere and thriving. Most of these liquor outlets, and this is a situation of every time you go there, no matter what time of day, 24/7, you would see derelicts and vagrants loitering about the property and nearby. And after I grew up, when I became a deputy sheriff, working in a patrol car all over LA County, one thing in common in all these areas of high crime was the high number of alcohol outlets. The observation was very clear that in these areas with high numbers of liquor outlets, I wrote more crime reports and made more arrests for drunken public, physical assaults, all the way up to murder. This law that we're about to change, this change is facilitating a number of negatives that endanger the community. Drinking alcohol in public, more drunks in public, drinking while driving, and driving under the influence. When trained observers prevent people from over-drinking and drunkenness in bars and restaurants and our movie theaters, and now when we make this change, our gas stations will become additional outlets where irresponsible people can buy alcohol and become a greater threat to our public safety. And I know that without a doubt that adding these offset locations and more liquor stores will certainly increase police service and increase crime. This in turn will cause decline in property values and drive other businesses away. Liquor stores do well in lower socioeconomic areas because people living there are seeking quick, low-cost ways of mood altering, seeking pleasure and intoxication. Alcohol is very easy to buy in West Covina, and adding alcohol and gas station increases our alcohol-related problems and hastens the decline of our
I'm
city.
sorry, you should have had another minute. The thing went off early.
I'm sorry.
I apologize. Go ahead. I interrupted you. It went off early, so it didn't? Oh, you're 5 minutes up. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, please do not allow this law to change. Thank you.
Well, again, why are we changing something that's not broke? Okay, let's start with that. When they talk about the fact that they're only going to be selling, they're not going to be selling singles, they're only going to be selling multi-packs. These are in my streets on a constant basis. So because it's not single, it's so hard to get into. And this was picked up in my neighborhood. It's not from my house. I've never even had a Modelo. So, where are our gas stations located? They're located on busy streets. Okay? Citrus, Azusa, Glendora. So what you can do? Let's get some more alcohol out here. And there's a problem with it, too. Where's the need again? Do you know that we are the second most cities with alcohol establishments in the San Gabriel Valley? Only city that has more is El Monte. Why is that? In fact, Glendora, which is a bigger size geographically than West Covina, has half as many alcohol establishments, and they don't allow, I think they have one gas station with alcohol. So what do we want to be, El Monte or Glendora? I personally, less is more. I don't know if any of you are trained. I have been trained to recognize alcohol intoxication. Now, how many people behind those counters are going to know that? And the other problem with the alcohol in the gas station is if you look up the liquor stores, which, by the way, which I did, if you look up the liquor stores, most of them close by about 10 o'clock at night. So do the grocery stores. Gas stations are open 24 hours. So if I'm drinking and I've been cut off at the bar at 1 a.m., I can get in my car, go to the gas station, get me one little, big thing so I can drink in my car and drive, and then throw it in the neighborhood when I'm almost close to home. That's if I don't hit 5 cars on the way there. That's the reality of it. What it does is it extends the ability for people to get alcohol, and that's not a good thing. Ask the police chief. Does he think it's a good idea? I'm sure he would say no. Because if the law is not broken, why are we trying to change it? Because when those gas station owners, when they bought the franchise, like Elsie said, they knew what they were getting. This law has been on the books. It was grandfathered in because our forefathers had the insight to realize that people do not need to be having a cold brewski sitting next to their in their car console while they're driving. Now, the comment about Costco. Yeah, I can buy booze at Costco. Difference is that beer is warm. This beer is going to be nice and chilly. So most people don't drink warm beer unless they're in England. As far as the Sprouts did get their alcohol. Why is that? Because they took over an existing location. As anybody in the Planning Commission can tell you, if you already have a liquor license at an address, if a new owner comes in, they can just take over the liquor license. But the problem we have here in West Covina is a simple word: saturation. If there's no need. And what we're asking for is just to, hey, you want a cold brewski? Here, let's get a 12-pack. I got 4 people in the car. There's 3 each. Okay, so I can't get it at the grocery store. The grocery store's closed. So are the liquor stores. But hey, the gas station has it. And as far as a bottle of wine, the screw tops are not hard to get into. And even a cork, all you have to do is take a knife and you dig it out. So really, there's no impediment to people just chugging along as they drive. And as someone who's witnessed a drunk driver hitting another car, I don't want to be on the road with people driving and drinking. Thank you.
We have one additional card to speak in favor. Robert Torres. Correction, opposed.
Good evening. The first 2 items I wanted to touch on before I get to a presentation was the issue of fairness has been spoken on several times, and I understand that issue and I respect that argument, but for me the safety issue is primary and the fairness can be argued, on and on. the fairness between gas stations, the fairness between this liquor store, gas stations, markets. Why does a 2,000 square foot gas station get to sell and not a 1,900 square foot gas station? There's a lot of fairness arguments, which I understand, but I think they're irrelevant with respect to safety. Also, the number of locations is irrelevant as well. Like the Planning Commission stated many times, a gas station could simply redevelop and they can meet the 2,000 square feet, add on however many they want. So if all 20 gas stations wanted to remodel, maybe purchase the lot next door for more parking, what have you, the actual incentive for alcohol encourages that actually. So now knowing that they can sell alcohol will actually spur development, and that was actually spoken on. So the 4 locations now only are allowed because of the Planning Commission's decision to allow, I think it was 2,000 square feet. So for many of the study sessions and the public hearing, the minimum was 2,500 square feet. And at the last meeting, Commissioner Kennedy said, let's drop it down to 2,000, and the 2 other commissioners agreed, and it passed with no discussion, which I could only assume was to allow certain gas stations that met that requirement to sell. So that whole argument, like I said, is just that. It's all arbitrary. Eventually the code says that they can sell alcohol and they'll do what they have to sell it. So right now, maybe there's 4, but there could be many more in the future. So I'll get to I'm hoping you each saw this. I'll do it quickly. The first slide just states all the reasons why removing the ban is detrimental. Next slide, please. I looked at this report from the LA County Department of Public Health, reinforces all the things that have been said already. Alcohol results in a lot of negative impacts. Third slide. A lot of the concentration is in the northwest area, as you can tell, and it's also conflicting with our general plan because it will result in a lot of over-concentration and also locations. Next slide. So this is a blown-up version of that area. There's about 14 of the 19 gas stations in this area, and there's about 32 of the 50 alcohol licenses in this area. So all of West Covina, I think, would be impacted by increased alcohol, but this area in particular would be severely impacted. Next slide. We also have a really high homeless population in our area. I live in this area. Out of the 2019 data, we had about 70% of the homeless in this area, and there's also several adjacent homeless in Baldwin Park in Covina. Next slide, please. There's also the highest amount of pedestrian and vehicle collisions in this area, and that's also contrary to our general plan. Next slide. Finally, we have about approximately 26 schools in this area. And again, that's contrary to our general plan, which states that we want discourage the sale of less healthy beverages near schools. So in closing, I know that the staff report states that the benefits of allowing this would be tax revenue and also encourage, support of local businesses. But I'll read this last statement. Although the staff report justifies more alcohol outlets by supporting local businesses and potentially improving the city's tax base, these items are far outweighed by the negative impacts to the community, such as additional public safety costs, calls for service by the police, social services related to long-term health problems, and increased homelessness. And so I'll leave you with this adage. Allowing more alcohol for the tax revenue could be easily compared to running past a $1,000 bill in pursuit of a shiny penny. So I don't think that the tax revenue is justifiable in the sense that it outweighs these negative impacts. So I encourage you to please deny this request and consider the families and children of West Covina. Thanks.
We have no more speakers at this time.
Okay, I shall now close the public comment. Do we have? Okay, okay, great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I have a question for the staff. Okay, how many gas stations with convenience store we have in West Covina? This is the first question.
18.
So 18 with convenience store. And how many, okay, with convenience stores more than 2,000 square feet? So with a gas station?
We didn't look at the size of the convenience stores when we did the survey.
More to the point, we don't really have that data.
So we don't know how many.
We don't. We might be able, we can look up on the business license how many have business license for a convenience store, but it doesn't give a square footage on the business license.
So we have 18 gas station with convenience store. Okay, they combine together. Okay, and right now, since right now we want to approve. That's what this agenda about is for any convenience store with a gas station. They are more than 2,000 square feet, and okay, so now you don't know how many and where they're located. You don't have any data for that?
No, we don't have that data. We don't have any data for the size of convenience stores.
And then the next question will be, why 2,000? Why not 1,500? Why not 2,500?
Well, there's no magic in the number. There was some discussion about it. Originally, it was 2,500 square feet when the Planning Commission first started talking about it. It looks like in the May study session, they decided to go from 25 to 2,000. So it's just a number that they felt comfortable.
Why comfortable with 2,000, not 1,500, not 1,200? Okay, what I'm saying, if you have a convenience store, you selling milk, drink, this and that, okay, and then what is the difference between the 1,800 and 2,000, okay, or 1,200? Okay, what kind of fairness, okay, is that? You want to have a gas station with convenience store, okay, you sell, okay, this kind of beer and wine, okay, now we only approve for 2,000 and up. Is that kind of specialized only for those people who has a bigger square footage home?
Well,
okay.
I think the idea was that the larger it is, the more like it is like a 7-Eleven or a convenience store that is not, or a small market that's not associated with a gas station. I think that was although there wasn't any discussion about that, they just talked about the square footage. So I'm reading between the lines.
I don't know what this, okay, theory coming from. If we want to approve, say, hey, if any gas station with convenience store for the convenient, okay, so people can pick up their 6-pack, so at the same time, they fill up their gas, okay, and then, okay, on that propose, what's different between the 2,000 and all the convenience store? This is what, I don't know what this logic coming from, why we only choose the 2,000 square feet, okay, and up. I understand, okay, this is trying to restrict some of the liquor store, okay, in the city, the saturation. We already have a lot of liquor store, okay, because you're driving around the West Covina, you see nothing but a lot of liquor store. Look at the Azusa, look at, okay, and all the Benson, okay, and you can see the McIntyre Square, you have a gas station 76, and next is a liquor store. Okay, so I don't know how kind of compete if we allow, I don't know how big is less 7-Eleven, okay, and maybe 2,000, so okay, now they can sell alcohol too. So this is what I kind of have an issue, okay, what is justified if you are going to open up this coordinates. I have a problem with, okay, because if I go to the gas station, my job is to fill up the gas. And the most I will use, maybe their bathroom is, if I cannot go to any places, so can I use your bathroom? I barely go to the Intuit to buy anything, but possible some people want to go inside, buy some drink or something. But again, I think my question, I don't know why we want to change this and why it's 2,000. I don't know, can you answer this? What the theory between, okay,
I don't know that I can answer that to your satisfaction. It really is a policy decision on where the point needs, where a convenience store is large enough that it merits perhaps.
And now the legal issue, if we approve this, okay, with 2,000 square feet and up, where the people have a 1,900 square feet, we sue the city, say, hey, it's not fair. I'm 1,950 and I'm 50 shy of 2,000. I want to sell beer and wine. Do we have any issue for that? Attorney, city attorney?
No, that would be the ordinance of the city that the council would adopt, and so they'd have to comply with that ordinance.
So they have to take it no matter what. Okay, we just give the people have a 2,000 square feet convenience store, and they can sell alcohol. Okay, thank you.
So what is the distance to the nearest liquor store or the store that sells alcohol from the chosen gas stations?
The Planning Commission didn't identify a distance separation.
If I may, Kim, as a council, we can put that in the stipulation if we vote on it, can't we?
Yes, yes.
Just and also to be clear on that, there are no distance for any alcohol sales. There's no distance separation. So for restaurants, for markets, for liquor stores, there's not a distance separation in the code now. So just to be clear on that.
I know when I was speaking to my senior lead officer in LA, the city of LA has their distance in place when they open a gas.
Some cities do, yes, you're correct. I'm not saying that cities don't. I'm just clarifying that the city of West Covina hasn't ever had that standard.
Yeah, but this is I'm sorry, but this is a code that you want us to change. As far as, and I'm just saying not to change that. We want to say you want us to allow to sell alcohol in gas stations. At the same time, we've never had that before, so there was no sense in us doing it. But if this council decides to go down that road, I feel that we should have some kind of stipulation in there that if you have a gas station right next to a liquor store right now, I don't think we should be able to allow that. Because if you're taking business now, you're taking business away from one business to help out another business. So we're not being fair there. So I think if we're going to do this down the road somewhere, there should be somewhere in the ordinance that you build into it, I don't know, 100 feet, 200 feet, 500 feet. But there should be something between the gas station, if you're going to allow them to sell beer and wine, to the to the liquor store that's already selling it. So I think that the council, if they're going to look at that, they should do something with that. Go ahead.
It's been a long night, but and I think of the song "Blame It on the Alcohol." So on this issue, I've been 50-50 with this. I'm not a drinker, but I do have some family and friends who are social drinkers, not alcoholics. So I'm not saying I'm against it 100%, but I also do not promote it. Though I'm very pleased to see the regulation and the high standards that's put in place. But, I've seen intoxication, underage drinking. I found empty bottles, empty glass bottles or cans laying on the streets and even on the sidewalk property of my home, my in-laws. So I don't know if they're just drinking it, pulling over in the middle of the night, drinking, then tossing it on our yards. So I've seen that. Family and friends hasn't complained, not once, of wanting easy access. And then I know you mentioned based on need, if you don't drink, it's not something that I look for. And if I do send somebody out for that, usually it's a grocery store because they could pick up the chips, groceries, and everything else that comes in cheaper. So, I personally don't see a need for this. I rather focus on something else. I can go in either direction with this, and like I said, I'm 50-50, but my 1% will go in the direction of not being a vital need at this time. So yes, I know they said it's about convenience of alcohol, but it's not something that I want to make it convenient for everybody to go and drink. So because I don't promote alcohol. So that's where I stand on this in regards to alcohol. Thank you.
I also don't drink, but I also don't buy 99% of the stuff at a convenience store. So, when it comes to my personal beliefs and whether or not I'll buy or not, it's immaterial to this discussion. The question is, and to address something that Mayor Johnson said, and address the issue of distance. Go to the 76 station on Azusa and Workman. Step over the wall you're in a 7-Eleven that sells alcohol. Go to the 76 station on Merced and Glendora. Across the street is a liquor store. So are we actually saying we prefer that they walk across to the liquor store where they can get hard liquor, then grab a six-pack at the gas station they're at? So, or how about the fact that The gentleman who brought this forward owns a gas station at the corner of Workman and Citrus and has wanted to be able to sell alcohol. Well, you've allowed Sprouts. The gas station's been there probably as long as Albertsons was. You let Walmart come in, who didn't have a license. Target was remodeled when they started selling beer and wine. So Bevmo came in that wasn't there before. So when you talk about fairness and, oh, you're going to take away from the person already selling, well, you've taken away from the person here who's been asking for it for 10 years by allowing all of these other companies to come in. People who just want to grab a six-pack at the gas station aren't necessarily interested in going over to the 7-Eleven or whatever. So I see them as completely separate business entities, and they can compete or not compete as necessary. One of the things that keeps being brought up is the correlation between DUI drivers and accidents and selling alcohol at gas stations. So I'll quote the police department memorandum that was given to the Planning Commission. There is little data to show the correlation of DUI drivers' accidents to the sale of alcohols at gas stations. Again, our police department. There is little data to show the correlation of DUI drivers / accidents to the sale of alcohol at gas stations. So that is our police department who, the Planning Commission has been going over this for years. The last few months, they've had meetings, study sessions, asked for data after data after data after data. It's all here in what we were given. I mean, at some point, these are our appointed commissioners. They have done the work and said, this is our recommendation, City Council. At some point, we need to also let them do their jobs. And I don't see that this is going to increase DUIs in our city. They have stronger regulations on loitering than regular stores that sell alcohol. And for a lot of people, it really is just a convenience. I'm going to run in, grab while my car is being, gas being put in it, grab my six-pack, grab a couple of drinks, snacks, and go home. Grab milk. So it is a matter of convenience. Will I ever buy alcohol at the gas station? No, because I don't drink. Am I in favor of personal responsibility? Yes. So for me, I think that we need to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation. I thank the Planning Commission for all of the work they've done over at least the last 8 months on this particular issue. I know it's been going on a lot longer. And trust our community to know their limits and what to do. I mean, you're talking about finding cans on the roadways now. Well, gas stations aren't allowed to sell alcohol now. So it's clearly not coming from them. Maybe we would have less liquor stores if the 4 stations that qualify for this this proposed ordinance had been selling. That's just my thought. So
I agree with a lot of the comments that have been said. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Wu, and number one, I don't agree with. I know it was an attempt at having a starting point, but I don't see a need to have 2,000 square feet. I don't think that allowing beer sales at gas stations is going to cause people to drink more. I've said that before. I think they should be allowed to. I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem with no distance requirement between others either. It's been a long night, so I won't make it too long. I'm in favor of the Planning Commission's recommendation.
I will deny this agenda. I think that the gas station is selling gas. It's for people to drive in the car, go over there, fill up the gas, okay, and move on, okay, and so in that way, and I think for gas station and selling alcohol, I really have a concern, okay. I think this is going to potentially create an issue, okay, and we have so many of people driving around at nighttime, okay, and they go to the hillside on the top and this and that, and drinking and this and that, and they can just fill up the gas and pick up the six-pack, okay, and then doing what they want to do, and potentially drink and drive, okay, and this is the concern, okay, and I think our job is to keep our city safe, okay, and keep our city safe. Okay, and again, we're not trying to take away the right of the business to make money. I'm very pro-business, but what kind of business? If you are in the convenience store business, then focus in convenience store. You want to be a 7-Eleven, then sell in the convenience store 7-Eleven. But if you want to sell in gas, then focus in your gas station and selling the gas. So rather than you commingling, you want to do this, you want to do that because you want to make more money, and that's your problem. But for me as a city council, I want to keep my city safe, and I want my and the street hopefully less of accident. So I will deny this agenda. I don't think this is a good idea.
Before it's brought to a vote, I just would like to say something myself. And I just want to bring it up to Mr. Tui when Mr. Tui was on the council, Councilman Tui. I wrote a letter to the editor on it. I don't know if he remembers it, and it said, "No booze at gas stations." I mean, I believe that in 2010. There's the article, my name on it, and I believe it the same today. I was against it. As a matter of fact, if Forrest goes and takes 700 signatures, he'll find my signature on one of them. Because I didn't believe it then, I don't believe it now. So I'm just saying, I'm sorry, sir, that we've already closed the public comment. I'm sorry. But, so I will be voting no on it. So do we have a motion, and what do we want to do?
I'll move to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation and adopt the ordinance.
Yeah, we have a motion, we have a second?
I'll second that.
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
For the record, ordinance number 2461, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of West Covina, California, approving Code Amendment number 18-4 relating to alcohol sales at service stations. Councilman Castellanos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
No.
Councilmember Shoemaker?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu?
Nope.
Mayor Johnson?
No, it fails 3-2. Okay, now we should move on to mayor, council members' reports. Do anybody have any AB 1234s they want to bring up? Seeing none, any council requested reports? Seeing none. Council statements, and I want to be the first one to make a statement, if I may. I know the Mayor Pro Tem does too. First of all, I want to thank so very much our Assistant City Manager, Nicole Bresciani, for all the years of working for our city. At one time, she wore so many hats. And besides the one she was as city manager, the HR, city clerk, I think it's CDE, finance, community service. She wore every hat there was. You know, and you know what? You did a fabulous job for it. You know, as a city, we will miss you. Your knowledge that you have, and I've always said, one thing I admire is a very strong woman, and you are one. And I wish you all the best in your endeavors. I know the new job that you're going to be going into. The one thing that the one hat you're going to be wearing is going to say a great boss. I wish you all the best in the world, and thank you for working with the City of West Covina. We will miss you. Yes.
Okay. Are you sure you're leaving? Are you sure you get a new job over there? Okay. Are you sure they're going to give you the contract? Okay. You quit. I don't think we're going to hire you back. No, I'm kidding. I think this 4 years, okay, working with you, and especially in 2016, and we together went to Japan as a sister city, and with your husband, I think we have a very good friendship. Okay. I think this is. And you are extremely efficient lady and doing your job. Sometimes very tough. Okay, very tough. Okay, I understand where you're coming from because you have to control the budget, you have this and that. You don't want the crazy council member, okay, off their roof. Okay, they want everything but have no money to pay for it. Okay, and I understand. Okay, and I see sometimes, okay, we have a different idea, a different approach, but I respect the way, okay, you are doing your job and you pretty firm about your belief, okay, and you try to do your job, and I think we communicate all the time. But for these 4 years, okay, and for you, okay, have a lot of hats, okay, and doing the city business, okay, you are extremely, okay, and valuable for the city. I want to thank you for your service for these 4 years, and the enjoyment to work with you. Sometimes kind of tough, okay. I only want to say the good thing, okay. But other than that, and I want to thank you for your friendship, okay. I think, okay, and the way and we doing the meeting, and we have a, okay, sister city, and you put it together and come to my home. We provide the banquet, and it's extremely, okay, outstanding, and especially last July 4th, okay, for our Independence Day celebration, and that's outstanding. Okay, I think this is a beautiful coordination for our community service department, for all the staff, including the volunteer and the police and fire, and I think. Okay, people have shelter into this and the Big League Dream, and everybody enjoy it. I was so worried about people were complain about waiting too long for the buses or parking lot or too crowded inside. No, not even a single person complained, and it's well orchestrated by the city staff, and I want to thank you for that, and I want to wish you all the best. Okay, I know you're going to see a lot of dog and cat. Okay, and be careful what you wish for. Okay, when you have too many dogs and cats, sometimes it's a burden. But wish you all the best. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Nicole.
Yeah.
That's the best speech.
I just remember when I was a commissioner and you were there, and hats to you, especially, recreation and parks. So I greatly appreciate everything you've done. Love your strong spirit, and I wish you well. So thank you again for everything.
Awesome. Good luck, Nicole. It's
a good speech too.
Well, Nicole and I actually have more history than probably all of you because of school board and everything else. It's been interesting and a welcome surprise working with you on this side. So good luck.
Okay, we are adjourned.